as the hunt for Bucktober continues.
From PNC Park in Pittsburgh, it's Game 3 of the 4-game series between the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Milwaukee Brewers. Major League Baseball honoring Roberto Clemente. It is Roberto Clemente Day throughout baseball. And we check out the standings in the National League Central Division. The Pirates trail the St. Louis Cardinals by just 3 games. The Chicago Cubs 4 off the pace, though the Pirates still hold the top wild card spot. Greg Brown, along with Steve Blass, happy that you are with us on this very special day in Major League Baseball, Roberto Clemente Day. We'll get into that, Steve, your former teammate. But talk about this really interesting pitching matchup tonight. For the Pirates, they've got A.J. Burnett on the hill making his second start since coming off the disabled list.
Yeah, he had an interesting start last time out, Greg. He really got roughed up in the first inning as he gave up all he was going to give up. And then for the next 4 innings, he was basically spotless in that start against the Milwaukee Brewers. So maybe it was just the fact that it was his first time back since coming off the disabled list. But he was very, very good the rest of that outing. So we'll hope that he matches up the same way tonight. But he certainly is going to have a challenge in front of him.
He has good career numbers against the Chicago Cubs. Challenge in front of him, that's an understatement. This guy, Jake Arrieta, Steve, is there a better pitcher on the planet right now?
No, there is not. His numbers are just absolutely staggering. This job he did against the Los Angeles Dodgers is just the frosting on the cake. This is the no-hitter that he threw against the Los Angeles Dodgers. And talk about finishing it off in the 9th inning. He struck out the side. That's what you call putting a lid on a baseball game. This guy is just the best in the business right now. There's no question about that. But keep in mind, A.J. Burnett beat him earlier in the season at Wrigley Field. But this guy is right on a game like you can't believe.
Let's check out the numbers for Jake Arrieta, brought to you by Barrel Automotive. Just phenomenal numbers.
Yeah. And this is all we can fit on this particular page because you can go up and down the chart for National League starters, and he is all over the place. Last 8 starts, just give you a sampling, he has given up a total of 3 runs in his last 8 starts. So that's just a little microcosm of what this guy, what kind of role he is on. We've got to catch him on a bad night tonight.
Looking to win his 20th game of the year. The first pitcher in baseball to win 20, but A.J. Burnett will have a say in that as the Pirates look to beat Jake Arrieta, and we look to light it up here. The Pirates and the city of Pittsburgh surprised A.J. Burnett when he came back with the bat signal. The Pirates and the Cubs getting ready to play ball next. second day-night doubleheader in PNC Park history yesterday. It was a great day and a great evening, and another spectacular night for baseball as A.J. Burnett makes his second straight start since coming off the disabled list. Missed over 5 weeks, and he hopes to lead this team to victory over the Chicago Cubs on Roberto Clemente Day. And a tall task for number 34, as you see the number 21 behind the mound. It's also cut into the right field grass. Major League Baseball, and in particular the city of Pittsburgh, commemorating Roberto Clemente Day, and Gregory Polanco will say a prayer right there, number 21.
That's quite an image right there, isn't it? Polanco right in the middle of the 2 and the 1.
Pirates have their work cut out for them tonight. Check out the Cubs lineup. Facing A.J. Burnett, Dexter Fowler with switch-hitting center fielder leads off, and it's Kyle Schwarber in left. Chris Coughlin is the right fielder. Then Anthony Rizzo at first base. Chris Bryant, great rookie season. He's at third. Miguel Montero, left-hand hitting catcher, bats sixth. And it's Starlin Castro, Javier Baez, and Jake Arrieta.
They'll be teeing it up against A.J. Burnett, who, as Greg said, good numbers career-wise against the Cubs. You look at the numbers for this season, but he's 8-4 against Chicago, 15 career starts, including a very impressive win against the Chicago Cubs May 17th, beating Jake Arrieta as the Bucks came away with a 3-0 win for A.J. Burnett. So he's capable. There's no doubt about that. This guy's won 163 Major League games. So, you know, knowing A.J. Burnett, this would be a huge feather in his cap. I got to feel like he is really revved up for this matchup, not only to beat the Cubs, but to come on top against Jake Arrieta. This would be huge for the Pirates, of course, but it'd also be huge for A.J. Burnett.
Yeah, all that in mind, as Jung Ho Gong will be at third base in our Honda defense. Jordy Mercer at short. Neil Walker, Aramis Ramirez on the right side of the infield. It's Marte McCutcheon, Polanco on the outfield, left to right, and Francisco Cervelli catching A.J. Burnett. But I think you're right, Steve. I think Burnett, he was certainly stoked to return, but you know, weather-wise, it was kind of a miserable night. It suppressed the crowd because of that. He did make a return. It was so neat to see the bat signals, but it's a clear, spectacular night. It's the Chicago Cubs, and it's a big game, and Jake Arrieta, and the first pitch a strike to Dexter Fowler.
Kind of interesting start last time out. He was roughed up 3 runs in the first inning, but he pitched extremely well the next 4 innings, so we hope that he can use that as a foundation. Just missing there.
And we talked early on in that start that he was getting those pitches up, the fastball, and eventually located it much better after that first inning. We'll see early on here if A.J. Burnett has that good command going.
Ball a little bit upstairs right there. By the way, Pirate starters have had some issues in first inning situations. The last 3 games, they've given up a run. 5 out of the last 6, the opponents have scored in the first inning against Pirate starters. So you got to stop that. You don't want to start right off the bat playing catch-up baseball.
And just look at the numbers. The Pirates, when they score first, are 55-12. When the opponent scores first, 32-45. Couldn't get the chase on the breaking ball from Dexter Fowler.
You just saw a shot of old King Cole, Garrett Cole, pitching extremely well yesterday. Extremely. Should have come away with a win. It didn't happen. The Pirates won the game. That's the big thing. Burnett getting that ball downstairs.
Fowler able to check it, and it's 2-2. Strike 3.
Rock City. Good way to start a ball game.
Strikes out Dexter Fowler looking. Oh, perfecta. Jim Joyce, the home plate umpire.
And Cervelli's sitting right on that corner. That helps too, that he doesn't have to do much fooling around with the glove. If you hit the glove, you're that close, you're going to get some of those calls.
Jim Joyce is the crew chief, calling the balls and strikes, with Greg Gibson at first, Chad Fairchild at second, and Pat Hoberg at third. Here's Kyle Schwarber, outstanding rookie.
You know, a lot of people thinking about this game, Greg, is David versus Goliath, Burnett versus Arrieta. I would think that's just the way that A.J. Burnett likes it. Okay, yeah, you want to set it up that way? Here we go.
Well, normally it's been Burnett, Goliath.
Right, exactly.
I mean, so he's not used to that role.
Yeah, but I think that's the kind of thing that would stoke him up.
2-0.
Just missing very, very close with that last pitch.
Pirates are wearing their Sunday home uniforms, the early 70s style, because, of course, tribute to Roberto Clemente, and a base hit. Didn't have a big hole there, but he found it between Ramirez and Walker, and it's a 1-out single. Rivers Casino tips to win.
Well, you want A.J. to have his A game. Simple as that. He's got to have that. And to be quite honest, and I'm not taking anything away from the Pittsburgh Pirates, but they got to catch Jake Arrieta on an off night. This guy has just been doing things we haven't seen since the days of Bob Gibson in 1968. Yeah, I mean, he's been pristine. But again, A.J. beat him in May. He's lost 6 games. That was one of them.
Yeah, they scratched out a run against him and won the ball game. Oh, here is Chris Coghlan.
They really didn't knock him around, did they?
No.
Nobody has. Sure, really.
Coghlan. Left-handed hitter takes a ball. Started game 1 yesterday. Had a sacrifice fly in the first inning. Was hit by a pitch. A breaking ball in the dirt. And bounced out against A.J. Burnett and against Garrett Cole. A.J. Burnett falls behind him 1-0. 2-0.
Now, Greg, also, we've talked during this series about the power of the Cubs. Not so much batting average, but knocking the ball over the fence. What we haven't talked too much about is their running game. They've got some pretty decent speed, and we'll see if they want to try to do some of that sort of thing, stealing bases against A.J. He's had difficulties in the past. These guys can hit over the fence, but they can run, too.
Thinking along those lines, even though Schwarber has attempted only 5 steals.
Fowler runs, Coghlan runs, Rizzo, Bryant. They've got some speed.
2-1. For Burnett, this is his 23rd start of the year.
You know what's funny about this too is that start in Chicago when the Pirates won 3-0. It's interesting, when the other team doesn't score, we're going to win a lot of games. So if they don't score, it doesn't matter what Arrieta does. If the Cubs do not score tonight, we're going to be fine.
Yeah.
It's an old cliche and kind of a silly one, but well, May 17th they didn't score and we won.
Andrew McCutchen, who was honored before the game as the Pirates representative for the Roberto Clemente Award. And that misses, and 3-1. So Burnett strikes out Fowler looking to start the game. Schwarber finds the hole on the right side, and now he falls behind Coghlan 3-1, and Anthony Rizzo is on deck. Coghlan is 0 for 9 lifetime against Burnett, ahead of the count 3-1.
You want to crowd him.
There he goes. And bounce to Ramirez. Just one play, that's to first for the second out. Coghlan bounces to Aramis Ramirez.
Cervelli wants to have a chat with A.J.
With that runner at second base, going over some signs perhaps. How to work to Rizzo with Schwarber now at second base and 2 outs.
Of course, Rizzo, the left-hand batter. You got Bryant. He's just as dangerous, but he is a right-handed stick.
Both have been feasting on Pirates pitching this season. Rizzo 1 for 7 in the doubleheader yesterday, drove in his 89th run of the year, hitting .404 against the Pirates in 2015.
Yeah, what does he like about us so much? He's hitting .276, 404.
.240 in his career against Burnett.
I like that better.
Anthony Rizzo, a fine season. Top 10 in homers, RBIs.
Nice hook.
29 home runs for Anthony Rizzo. And with 89 RBIs, trying to get Schwarber home, give the Cubs a first inning lead.
You see the familiar Rizzo stance right up on top of home plate, defying you, challenging you to come inside.
And because of that, he's been hit 27 times, by far the most in the league.
There you go. When he sets up, those elbows are very close to the inside corner. It's a good look at it. And they want it inside. You saw Cervelli move in there. Yep.
Out of play.
Yeah, you can't be afraid. You don't want to be intimidated by that stance. You can't, or he'll just wear you out outside.
Two and two.
So he's going to take charge of the series tonight. One more tomorrow afternoon.
Yes. Struck him out looking.
Yes, you can come inside.
Top of the first, A.J. Burnett gave up one out single, but struck out a pair. It's on. Night for a Major League Baseball game between the Chicago Cubs and the Pittsburgh Pirates. The Toyota starting lineup will be Gregory Polanco, followed by Starling Marte, Andrew McCutchen, Aramis Ramirez hits cleanup. Jung Ho Kang will bat fifth, and Neil Walker hits sixth against Jake Arrieta, with Francisco Cervelli, Jordy Mercer, and A.J. Burnett rounding out the starting nine.
Jake Arrieta, 19-6, 1.99 ERA, 3 complete games, a couple of shutouts, and 1 no-hitter against the Los Angeles Dodgers on August 20th. And we're talking before the game started about that no-hitter. You talk about going to the whip. 9th inning, you got a no-hitter going. He struck out the side. That's what you call a finish. Arrieta, the former Baltimore Oriole starter, who was just decent over there, wasn't awful, but he got over to Chicago. And the rest is kind of history. He came over in 2013, just won 4 games, but then 10-5 last year, and there he goes, off to the races.
First pitch strike to Gregory Polanco at 96 miles per hour. A.J. Burnett, a couple of strikeouts, the top of the first.
There's all kind of theories of why Arrieta has blossomed. Of course, you have the fundamental one. Well, he just got it figured out. Talk about mechanics, where he's lined up on the mound, his arm slot, where he's delivering from, and couldn't hold up. You know, Greg, I'm just wondering. You know, he had that shoulder surgery, right shoulder surgery in 2011. And this is a long shot. I haven't heard much speculation about it, but maybe he finally got completely recovered, because it started getting better a year or so later. So who knows? We just know he is very, very good right now. Extremely good. The likes of which we haven't seen in a while.
And in the air the other way, Schwarber over and out of play. Polanco for 3 with a walk and a run scored yesterday in game 1. .6'4", 225 pounds. Broken bat, bouncer to second. Castro takes care of Polanco.
You wonder if that, if you're a Cubs fan, you say, well, isn't that symbolic? Not only gets him out, but knocks the bat out of his hand, breaks the bat.
Sawed off.
That's kindling.
Well, Steve talked about the fact that the Cubs traded for him. It's one of the great trades. I mean, it could turn out to be one of the greatest trades in Cubs history. From the Orioles, along with Pedro Strop, for pitcher Scott Feldman and catcher Steve Clevenger. Starling Marte won the game yesterday afternoon with a sacrifice fly. Started game 2.
How about when they traded Lou Brock away from
fly ball to right? Number 2.
Catchable. Back in 1964, I think the Cubs traded Lou Brock away to the St. Louis Cardinals. You look at those kind of trades, something going the other way from the Cubs.
He's only given up 10 home runs, so it's almost headline news even when a ball is hit to the warning track in right field. Andrew McCutchen will come to the plate, and some people are really excited about that. In fact, a lot of people are really excited about that, young and old alike. Andrew McCutchen. There's the Pirates Roberto Clemente Award winner.
These are the kind of matchups you buy a ticket for. You get the best they got against the best we got. And
.444 career hitter against Arrieta is McCutchen. Yep, that's 2 of the best right there. That's what makes baseball so cool. Just another reason why it's such a great, in our opinion, the greatest sport on earth, because you have this opportunity. The best pitcher in the National League, arguably, is facing the best hitter in the National League, arguably. Certainly 2 of the best at what they do. And Jake Arrieta strikes out Andrew McCutchen in a 1-2-3 bottom of the first.
Inning, and Major League Baseball and the Pirates are kind of expanding the celebration of the life of Roberto Clemente and Clemente Day with the Seat 21 Award. This year's winner is Jim Rohr, who's kind enough to join me for a couple of minutes. It's given to someone who continues to show their dedication to people within the community. So, Jim, what continues to drive you to help those in need of help here in the community?
Well, you know, I joined PNC over 40 years ago, and PNC always had a tradition of giving back to the community. So the first thing I signed was a commitment to my United Way pledge form, and so since then it's been really a dedication to Pittsburgh. I love Pittsburgh, the people of Pittsburgh, and PNC and all of the other organizations I've been involved with have been about giving back to the community, and it's done wonders for the people of Pittsburgh.
Now, this being Pittsburgh, this being Clemente Day, what does it mean to you to be associated with Roberto Clemente, actually accept that award down on the field, sitting next to Andrew McCutchen, who's been nominated as the Pirates representative for the Roberto Clemente Award?
Well, I mean, Roberto Clemente was my hero as a kid. Even though I was in Cleveland, I used to listen to the Pirate games. And, I mean, what an unbelievable player. 15 All-Star games in 18 years, 12 Gold Gloves. Extraordinary guy, maybe the best arm ever from right field. But then, you know, he gave back to the community, and the ultimate, he gave his life for trying to help people in Nicaragua. I mean, that's really amazing. And I think it's great for Major League Baseball to be honoring Clemente this way, but also to be displaying how Major League Baseball gives back. And for me to be here with the Pirates, and Pirates Charities is such a big part of the community, it's really an honor to receive this award.
We've actually moved you out of your seat so we could do this interview. You're actually behind the dugout with some pretty big MVPs in Tom O'Brien, Tom Usher, and Cy Holzer.
Well, Cy is a huge part of the community, as everyone in town knows. Tom Usher was the head of the Allegheny Conference when we actually did the Plan A, Plan B, and which caused the creation of the 2 new ballparks. And Tom O'Brien, he was the head of PNC and part of that initiative, plus he was the one that put the name on the ballpark, PNC Park. So it's great to be sitting with them. They're people that give back to the community every day, too. So it's kind of a PNC tradition. You know, Cy and Tom are with PNC, and Tom Usher is our lead director. So it's kind of a PNC legacy, and it's great to be here with them at PNC Park.
Jim, congratulations on the award, and once again, thank you for all that you do. And if seat 21 is available on any night, just give me a call. I'll be glad to fill it for you.
Dan, I tell you what, it'd be great to be with you. Thanks for all you do for baseball.
Guys.
All right, thanks to Dan Potash and Jim Rohr as Chris Bryant doubles to start the second inning. A line drive, one hopper into the seats. A leadoff double for Chris Bryant.
Right there. That's not far enough inside, and he just hooks it down in the corner. That's when you hit a ball that hard and it hooks like that, you know you got most of it. It didn't go as far as you want, but the ball was tattooed.
Miguel Montero now with a leadoff double. Burnett worked around a 1-out single in the first. He's actually done a little bit better against left-handed batters this season. They're hitting .252 against him. Righties .290. It's his third start this season against the Cubs. Montero started game 1 yesterday, was 2 for 4.
Talked about the one start. Actually, the previous start was also very good. He's done good work in both starts.
Rolls Montero.
Sure does. That's what you call the abbreviated swing.
Montero's been a tough out for Burnett. Last couple years, 5 for 9 as this left-handed hitting catcher versus A.J. Burnett. Miguel Montero, the former Diamondback, trying to at least pull the ball and get that runner to third, but he'll strike out and trying to do so. Number 3 for Burnett.
It's always a challenge to work off a leadoff double, and there's step 1 of getting it done. Never bought the ball inside. Boy, you can see him wrap up that curveball on the way back behind his body and then throwing a dandy.
Third strikeout tonight. 10 shy of becoming the 32nd pitcher in Major League history to record 2,500 strikeouts for his career. Starlin Castro now.
Well, you as a starter look to find a real good feel for a particular pitch early in the ball game. It looks like maybe AJ has found a curveball that he likes. Real good one to Montero and a good one starting off this at bat against Starlin Castro. Let's see how much he rides it.
Out in front, 0-2. Another guy that has hit Burnett well over the years. Starlin Castro, 471 lifetime against Burnett, 16 hits and 34 career at bats. So big time challenge for A.J. Burnett tonight. That'll be out of play. Stays 0-2. It's really great to see Burnett in terms of the fastball about where we expect it to be. Good sharp breaking ball here. Here's Steve, back-to-back starts. You never know after that long layoff. You never know how healthy a guy's going to be after spending over 5 weeks on the disabled list. So we talked about encouraging signs. His start against the Milwaukee Brewers.
Yeah. After that first inning, he was very, very good. And he's going to be around that 92 mile an hour market, 91, 92, 93. But it's about pitching with A.J. Burnett. He knows how to pitch, and he knows how to ride a particular pitch. They get the target up and then back down.
Struck him out. No. Got him now. After the tag was applied, he didn't even bother to run, did Starlin Castro. So that is 4 punch-outs and back-to-back Ks after the leadoff double.
So now he's got Baez, and then the pitcher Arrieta is a pretty good hitting pitcher, but he's a pitcher trying to hit. So after that leadoff double, AJ 1 out away from stranding him. And that's always a shot in the arm. He's got a chance to do this against the bottom of the Cubs batting order. I'll be surprised if Baez doesn't have huge swings. I mean, he's from the heels.
That's what he does. Bounce towards short. Mercer to first.
Terrific work.
Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Toyota. Toyota helps you get the most out of your drive. Just ask a friend who drives one. Toyota, let's go places. And by Barrel Automotive, we're driven to be better. Let's go Bucks.
0-0 here in Pittsburgh. Finale of this series in the homestand tomorrow afternoon. Going to the bottom of the second inning, Andrew McCutchen with Jeff Branson. We'll be discussing Arrieta with the hitting coach. Brad Fisher, one of the Pirates coaches.
So far as expected. Arrieta and Burnett.
Ramirez. And a couple of hits against John Lester last night.
Now you will notice when we have that shot in back of Arrieta that he will step a little bit toward third base and throw a little bit across his body. That will help him hide the ball a little bit more, and it'll be a little different look for right-hand batters seeing that angle. Now you see Montero go out to the outside.
One of the big adjustments for him was also the fact that he did move over to that third base side of the pitching rubber. Part of the mechanics you're talking about.
Yep, so he's way over on that side, very abbreviated, but then that front foot doesn't go straight, it goes out a little bit, and he throws back across his body. So the body's helping hide the ball a little bit, takes it back of him nicely. But watching some side-by-side stuff, it's hard for me to pick up anything dramatic.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
In terms of change.
Well to right center field, but again, room for Coghlan. One down will bring up Jung Ho Kang. 4 up and 4 down for Arrieta. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. With superior performing tires that knock it out of the park. Goodyear, more driven. And what shots.
Yeah. A blue background and a green baseball park.
See a lot of the look there of friends, couples, and husbands, wives, varying allegiances. Ball 1 on Jung Ho Kang. 1 for 5 yesterday.
The discussion came up yesterday about if the Cubs get into a 1-game playoff, could it be Arrieta or Lester? I can't believe that discussion even surfaces. How are you going to tell this guy?
Well, not now.
He's not starting.
No, the way he's blossomed.
Yeah, and they talk about Lester post-season experience. Yeah, that's great. But I wouldn't want to bring him in the office and say, sorry, you're not going to start.
5 days ago in Philadelphia, beat the Phils, gave up 1 run in 8 innings. He walked a pair of Phillies. So that's 8 straight starts that he's won, giving up 3 runs over the stretch.
Yeah, you say that so calmly.
0.46 ERA.
It is phenomenal. 8 starts, 3 runs.
The only other pitcher, Steve talked about him earlier, who won as many as 8 straight starts with an ERA under 0.50 was Bob Gibson back in 1968. Into right field, and the no-hitter's out of the way.
Yep. One thing to cross off the list.
Jung Ho Kang singles to right field.
And it's not a matter of if, but when Arrieta wins his 20th, it'll be the first Cub 20-game winner since former Pirate John Lieber. John Lieber did it in 2001.
A 1-out single. Now Neil Walker. He'll hit left-handed. Lefties hit just 159 against Jake Arrieta. Righties hit 225.
There's some 97-mile-an-hour heat with some snap to it.
A.J. Burnett watches.
Ah, yes. The two principals. Burnett in the background. Arrieta working now. AJ's been just fine getting out of the chute. You know, it's interesting with Arrieta kind of going across his body from the third base side. You would think it would be an advantage for left-hand hitters to be able to see it a little bit better. But again, he's across his body, so he's hiding it probably even a little bit more from lefties. That could be a factor in his success. $1.50 against left-hand hitters. And it's startling. It's stunning.
Well, Montero calls time.
You know, Greg, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but Arrieta tonight, and then whoever tomorrow, and then what, Greinke and Kershaw. So dig your heels.
So if we are getting ahead of ourselves, that's something.
Yeah,
something to look forward to.
Well, it is. If you are a
challenge, it's a challenge.
It is,
Great
and
challenge.
It's an opportunity.
Yeah, try to beat the best.
Yep.
0-2 the count.
I mean, we tell that to kids, inspirational, motivational stuff. It's an opportunity, not more than as much or more than a challenge. But boy, if you embrace that opportunity and challenge, and you come away with a winner, you really feel good because you know you just did something real special against one of the best. So it's a great opportunity to find out how good you are.
1-2 on Walker. Just gets a piece of it. Walker 1 for 7 against Arrieta. On Roberto Clemente Day throughout Major League Baseball.
Special baseball player. Pretty special human being. You know about his legacy that endures to this day.
Really great to see all the attention this Roberto Clemente Day got. I think more so in the past because the Pirates are home today.
Yes.
That's important. I think that's one thing Major League Baseball could do. Make sure the Pirates are home every year on Roberto Clemente Day.
Yep.
There's a double play ball. Routine as it can be. 4-6-3 double play. Castro to Baez to Rizzo. It is 0-0 after 2. Play Neil Walker with Jung Ho Kang at first base. Jake Arrieta induces that ground ball right to the second baseman Castro. Chick-fil-A double play. Castro again as routine as it can be. On to Baez and on to Rizzo. So Arrieta, as Steve said, pretty good hitting pitcher. Homered a few starts back. Home run off Jose Quintana, the Chicago White Sox, on July the 12th.
Okay, we've got 2 innings under our belt, both starting pitchers on their game. So now you look, what do you think is going to transpire now? If you got to figure they're going to be dealing most of this game. You know, if they get knocked around early, that's one thing. But both of them have got a couple innings under their belt, so you don't look for really much wiggle room. You look for these guys to keep it going. They're that kind of pitchers.
You look, Steve, if a pitcher makes a mistake, yep, like Burnett did to Chris Bryant, and Bryant made him pay, but then Burnett buckled down. Point Park University tweet: does AJ have a little extra fire going up against a guy who's on top of his game as Arrieta?
I think yes. Now, does he pitch any differently? It's a trap if he does, because he's pitching against Arrieta, but he's pitching against their hitters. You know, you got to get beyond the.
But then, Steve, I wonder that. I hear you, but so. Not to be kind of flippant about it, but then what's the difference? So he's got a little extra fire, but right? He's not going to try extra hard.
No.
So he just has a little extra fire.
Yeah. Hopefully, I'll go back to this argument again. He's going to try just as hard against pitching against the Brewers or the Dodgers or anybody. Because
you can relate to these moments where you're matched up against. Heck, you were up against Gibson.
I was just thinking about Seaver and those kind of guys. And I knew they were very good, but I tried to be myself.
Hit well to left center field. Marte can't make the catch. And Dexter Fowler's going to reach third with a triple. Marte, great job to get toward it, but just kind of mistimed it.
He went a long, long way, and I thought he was going to be able to run it down right by the 410 sign.
Would have been a heck of a catch.
You see how far he's going.
He thought that wall was coming up.
Yeah, he got there. He will tell you that I should have made that play. And it would have been a terrific play. Would have been a much above average play. But he will tell you that he thought he had it, or should have had it.
Now, with Kyle Schwarber at the plate, the Pirates will concede a run. And in these situations, Steve, against a guy like Jake Arrieta,
that's a big deal.
It's the third inning, and I'm sure it's something that Clint Hurdle has to go through his mind. Do we concede one run? It's so big against Arrieta.
And you're exactly right. I was also referring to the fact that if you get a spectacular play like that, it's a big deal. If you don't, it's a big deal for the other team. Those kind of plays can make a difference if you have a game like this game is unfolding. Well, AJ brought out the strikeout pitch after the leadoff double by Bryant. Sure could use another one right here.
Swinging on 3-0, the rookie gets the green light and fouls it out of play.
Yep, got in on his hands. And there's the kind of situation. 3-0, you know, you take a shot at maybe hitting the ball out of the ballpark, but if you get the green light and you pop that ball up, you wonder, you know, should I have worked the count a little bit more? But didn't pop it up in fair territory.
So with first base open, didn't give Schwarber much. Faced Chris Coghlan. Coghlan put the ball on the ground his first time up. He's hit into 5 double plays. Starlin Castro, give you some idea, has hit into 16. That's among the league leaders. Tough to double up Coghlan. Burnett will give it a go. He's got Anthony Rizzo on deck.
You just hate to give up one run even in this situation.
Wow. Chase is in the dirt. And Cervelli either did that intentionally or really didn't realize that ball was in his mitt. We've seen Cervelli do that on occasion, but not that good an act. That was a Academy Award winner.
Yeah, if it was intentional.
It's hard to believe he doesn't know he's got this in his mitt. Yeah, that's one of the great acting jobs ever. Francisco Cervelli couldn't get Fowler or Schwarber to bite on that. 0-1. That was great.
That's creepy to me.
Ball a strike.
I don't know, I'm not used to seeing magic acts on a baseball field. I believe you, Greg. It's just hard for me to believe it that somebody.
I mean, you don't think he knew that pitch was in his mitt?
No, I believe you.
Yeah,
I believe you, but I've just never seen anything that dramatic.
There's a strike. 1-2 on Coghlan. We've seen Cervelli act on these before. He looks back, but not like this. A scramble. Like, where is it? Well, he really almost.
Now, if he's doing that and the guy at first is on his game, he's down at second base.
Yeah.
That's risky. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of that.
1-2 the count. 2-2.
I'm a big fan of that, blocking the ball like that. Yeah, man, what if he does that and the guy takes off? You're out of the double play scenario. I don't think he's really in much position to make a throw to second base. I don't know if his middle infielders are going to be ready to take a throw. I don't know. That's I'm not crazy about that. I am not.
2-2 the count on Coghlan. Sengi never tried that, did he?
No.
No. Struck him out.
There you go.
Chris Coghlan down swinging.
Number 5, and AJ's got the strikeout pitch going when he needs it. Volume and quality. It just gets inside, ties him up and in.
That ball looked like it started to cut in.
Yeah.
93 miles an hour.
Is he going to? Now, I told you I've never seen much magic, but I'm looking at the.
You're looking for a magic act here.
Yeah,
disappearing act.
Like it was in the second inning. Yeah, make the Cubs disappear.
Anthony Rizzo struck out looking in the first. Oh, brother, gets away, but the runner at third doesn't break. Fowler holds. Schwarber does go to second on a wild pitch, but for the time being, it remains a 0-0 game.
How'd he miss Rizzo? Threw it in back of him. Okay, I'm not going to pick it up. Another magic act.
Maybe that deke went into Fowler's mind there. He didn't know if Cervelli was really scrambling or not. 1-0. The fans get into it. Tapper, foul.
You know, Greg, there's not really a whole lot of room back at home plate in this ballpark, so it's not automatic.
Well, the one thing that
you got to react very, very quickly.
The fact that limestone can create different bounces. There have been times when the ball will bounce right back to the catcher. You see a little bit of room behind home plate. Now Fowler doesn't realize that ball isn't going to bounce. If he does break for the plate, he scores easily, but he doesn't know that ball's not going to bounce back.
That uneven surface.
1 ball, 1 strike. 2 now in scoring position. And a high fly ball to center field.
How good is this?
A.J. Burnett is back. A 1-out triple. Fowler stranded, so is Schwarber. Still 0-0. Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Welcome back to the Magic Show.
Dexter Fowler, a 1-out triple. And he is stranded. Francisco Cervelli, when he went back to the dugout, talked to A.J. Burnett. Looks like he's saying, I really didn't know I had it. They love Cervelli.
They do.
And he will lead things off. How often do you see it? A guy that doesn't realize he has a potential wild pitch in his catcher's mitt and then scrambles around looking for it, leads off the next half inning.
Yeah, well, pretty much all the time.
Cervelli 1 for 4 yesterday.
I feel better now that he didn't try that trickery stuff. I really feel good about AJ.
What a job. Bottom third of the Pirates order. Cervelli, Mercer, and Burnett. Couple of strikes. Remembering Roberto today.
So many images. The old Pirate uniform. The 70s uniform.
Right there's Castro near the bag. Might have been another broken bat. Season ticket members, you do not want to miss a moment of the Buccos this postseason. Your deadline to secure your postseason strips is extended to the end of the game tonight. Go to pirates.com/myticks. Purchase your postseason strip tickets. See you in Bucktober. So the deadline to the end of the game tonight. Go to pirates.com/myticks. TIX. A strike to Mercer. Couple of strikes.
Yeah, you can't wait around. That's another aspect of Arrieta. You'll be behind in the count. Comes into the game almost a 5-to-1 ratio, strikeouts to walks. And 44 walks when it comes down to cases. 28 starts. And he's cooking. Barbecue. Go get it.
Behind the center field wall. Batter's eye. 1-2 on Jordy Mercer. It's a good question. Why not us? Trying to overtake the St. Louis Cardinals. They won in extra innings last night in Milwaukee. They'll be getting underway shortly. Willie Peralta for the Brewers. Right side. Rizzo to Arrieta. We want to see your strongest fan photo. Use the hashtag #PitDataStrongFan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. It's brought to you by T-Mobile.
Root for Burnett. Yeah.
Batman
easy to do so far.
Comes to bat. Burnett with a home run earlier this season. Burnett kind of wondering what that first pitch was. Strike, 1-1. Jake Arrieta. Pirates saw a lot of Arrieta in spring training when he was with Baltimore.
Yeah. Greg, he won 10 games. That's the best he did over there, and he won that 10-game season with an ERA of 5.05.
You could start to see him come on the second half of last year.
Started the season on the DL, so he didn't have all that many starts, but what, wound up 10-5?
Yeah. And one of the better second halves in all of baseball last year. 25 starts, 2.50 ERA, 157 innings. He's over the 200 inning mark for the first time in his career. In fact, he got to 200 innings with a 1-2-3 first here tonight.
He reminds me a little bit of Adam Wainwright. Maybe throws harder. Probably, yeah, does throw harder. But when Wainwright is right and when Arrieta is right, there's similar results.
Over 200 strikeouts for him. As Burnett going to bounce back to the pitcher. And 1-2-3 for Jake Arrieta. He's faced the minimum. The pitcher's duel here in the Berg. 0-0 after 3.
On the North Shore, and we continue to celebrate the 14th annual Roberto Clemente Day. And earlier, members of the Pirates minor league system, along with current Pirate Neil Walker, Pirates executives, and the Clemente family making a stop at Arsenal Elementary School to deliver more than $40,000 in school supplies to students and staff. Carnegie Science Center also presenting a physics of baseball program to the group. Guys, just a great day altogether. Sunshine, the Clemente family in town. Find out that Kutch is up for the award or nominated for the Roberto Clemente Award. Needed staff or supplies given to staff and students. Good day.
Yep, good stuff. We can make it a good night to top it off.
Look at that. Bringing the bats. Andrew McCutcheon, look around all the smoke.
Yeah, what's on fire?
Think about whether that might have a...
Seeing the baseball.
Yeah. McCutcheon looking down at second base umpire Chad Fairchild. Nothing I can do about it.
There it is.
Yankees ribs, they're going to town back there. Well, Burnett will face Chris Bryant, who doubled to start the second and was stranded. 3 hits for the Cubs. Burnett's 23rd start of the year, figures to get maybe 3 more before the regular season comes to an end. Right now looking like Monday at Coors Field in Denver, and then All goes well around September 26th at Wrigley against these Cubs again. Maybe one of those games against the Reds, the last series of the year. 2-0. Hoping to lead this team to a World Series title. And Chris Bryant trying to do the same. Grizzled veteran on the mound against the rookie at the plate.
5 strikeouts so far. A lot of swings and misses from Burnett deliveries.
38-year-old A.J. Burnett. A 23-year-old Las Vegas, Nevada native Chris Bryant. Didn't mean to do that. 3-2. Ball bounced well in front of home plate. Gave up a 1-out single to Kyle Schwarber in the first. The leadoff double to Chris Bryant in the second, and the 1-out triple to Dexter Fowler last inning. He's also walked a man, thrown a wild pitch.
He's put up 9 outs, 5 of them critically needed.
Searage, the Pirates pitching coach, to his left, the Pirates head trainer Todd Tomczyk, and pulls this ball to left field, and another hit for Bryant.
And this smoke now is becoming a little bit of an issue as it kind of drifts in and settles over a good part of this ballpark. I don't know if it affects anybody down on the field. I can't tell what the players are seeing, because there are some times when we see a tremendous amount of rain down on the field, they're not noticing it very much. But here's the ball inside that he's able to turn on. Get the hands in. A delivery to left field by Bryant.
Well, Miguel Montero to the plate. Montero struck out in the second. And that's a potential double play. Walker, Mercer, Ramirez.
Once they got to the ball, it was going to be easy because Montero doesn't run very well, but the issue is getting to the ball and giving a good feed back to second base. That was the issue, getting to it, and then Neal with a good feed, and then after that they got plenty of time. But that was really a nice start to that double play. AJ looking on, 1 and 2.
Well played by Neil Walker.
What was it, 2 days ago he made that exceptional
Sunday.
Double play on Sunday
against the Brewers in the 11th inning.
Tremendous.
Saved a run. Burnett, ball 1 on Starlin Castro.
Working in the 4th inning, he is in lockstep with Jake Arrieta.
Ramirez over, but this is going to be back and out of play. One ball, 1 strike. I invite you to spend your lunch break here tomorrow. 12:35 game, Pirates Cubs. You buy the game ticket. The Pirates are going to add $10 in loaded value good at concession stands around the ballpark for lunch with the Bucks. Go to pirates.com/lunch. Tomorrow afternoon, it should be another great day. Hopefully the Pirates are going to be looking for a series win. And there's a hard hit ball. Mercer to first. Just does get Starlin Castro. Leadoff hit by Bryant, the double play, and a nice play to end the top of the 4th by Jordy Mercer. Joe Madden just checking. Now they're not going to review that one or challenge it. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth. 0-0. We move along here to the bottom of the fourth inning on Roberto Clemente Day. Throughout Major League Baseball, Gregory Polanco led off the bottom of the first inning, bouncing out. And you might have seen the top of our telecast when Polanco went out to right field. He actually went down to a knee between the 2 and the 1 at 21 in right field. And some Point Park University tweets. Polanco on one knee between 21 was one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Wow, awesome shot of Polanco saying a prayer in the middle of the 21 in right field. Good job. Beautiful sight in Pittsburgh for Clemente Day. And Gregory Polanco right between 21 saying a prayer. That was a very special moment. And kudos to our director, Pete Toma, our producer, Adam Elmore.
Yeah, very enduring image. Very, very wonderful.
This is what it looked like.
It's pretty dramatic, pretty emotional.
2 strikes on him. Arrieta just filling the strike zone.
That's what he does, among other things.
43 pitches, 32 of them for strikes. And a rare miss.
When you come into the game after 28 starts, just 44 walks that were intentional, or unintentional, unintentional, and 204 strikeouts. He's added 1 strikeout, 205.
World champs.
1971.
There's a blast up there.
Yeah.
First line.
Clemente.
Clemente.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Never get tired of that, right?
No, you don't.
Yeah.
Wonderful memories. You play on a world championship team. It doesn't go away. Yeah. It just simply doesn't go away. Going through that experience of those people on that shirt.
Well, it was Clemente and Blast that led the Pirates to that World Series win in 1971 over the Baltimore Orioles, and his widow, Vera Clemente, who has made many trips back to Pittsburgh, and it's always special with her 3 sons. The lovely Vera Clemente throwing out the ceremonial first pitch. Oops. To Jeff Decker. And
Roberto Jr., sons. Luis, Ricky.
Clemente Wall. Marte bunts it toward third. Bare hand play made. Not in time.
Perfect. Perfect bunt. So many physical skills for Starling Marte.
Drops the bunt down. The bare hand play by Chris Bryant to make it fairly close, but Marte's perfect bunt has him on first with one away.
Yep, Ryan did everything right except beat the speed.
Now you wonder if Marte wants to make up for kind of a botched stolen base attempt, you know, all about the John Lester troubles, and Marte was just not able to work it out. He kind of tried to deke a little bit, bounce off the bag. Finally, Lester stepped off the mound, picked him off, but might be looking to steal a base here. 28 stolen bases. Go to first base. 23 stolen bases against Arrieta in 29 attempts. So only 6 have been caught with Arrieta on the mound.
You're going to have to take some risks.
Yeah.
You really are, because it's hard to imagine stringing a lot of hits together, scoring a lot of runs off him. And some decent quickness on the move by Arrieta. But if you hang around and play it completely conventional, you might find yourself in the 7th or 8th inning with a problem.
It's the second hit. The first was a 1-out single by Jung Ho Kang in the second.
Modest lead there initially.
And he wanted to go, but put on the brakes, did Marte, and he knows he might have had the steal there. As Arrieta, no slide step. But that might have been pretty slow to the plate.
It looks like Arrieta and the Cubs are convinced that he does want to go.
Again, 29 opponents have tried to steal with Arrieta on the mound. 23 have been successful.
This guy throws the ball where he wants to. That's,
and that, you know,
living on the black, that black edge of home plate.
To really make it simple, you can talk all you want to about the mechanics, the delivery, where he throws from the pitching rubber, but that's what it comes down to: the consistency, the command,
the control. Yep.
Repeating that delivery. Jake Arrieta.
If you are a major league pitcher and you consistently, not all the time, but consistently throw the ball where you want to, you will succeed. It's been proven so many times by guys that don't throw 100 miles an hour.
There goes Marte, swing and a miss. Throw down into center field. Marte will go to third, and he will make it. Ball gets away, but Arrieta is there as the ball comes off the box seats. Obviously, that is huge. Not the fact that he's at third, because there are now 2 outs after the strikeout of McCutchen. Not as big a deal that he's at third, but boy, if that ball bounces into the seats, the Pirates take a lead.
Well, if Arrieta is not doing his job. He went late. I was concerned about the late departure from second base as he stays there a little bit. And a good throw, a perfect throw, has a chance, but it gets away, and the Cub pitcher is doing everything right from his standpoint, backing up. He has thrown 6 wild pitches, in case you're interested about that. You're looking for any kind of edge.
So stolen base number 27 on the year for Marte. It's the 8th error of the season on Montero. He had a throwing error yesterday. How about over the last 90 days with runners in scoring position? 70 at bats versus Arrieta, 7 hits. And the block there by Montero. Here's a blimp shot of the steal. Marte The head first dive and then takes off. Fowler's throw, one hop.
And you can see the whole thing unfold. Arrieta moving over to back up. Throw coming in.
The strikeout of McCutchen is his third strikeout of the game, the second of McCutchen. In the air to center field, Fowler. Line drive out. The Pirates strand Marte. Still 0-0. And playing beside someone who used to watch him from the stands. A certain visiting clubhouse has the players acting like kids again, and much more inside Pirates baseball, presented by Allegheny Health Network tonight after postgame on Root Sports. Yeah, the PMC scoreboard, it is 0-0 going to the fifth. Dad loves the Cubs, Mom loves the Pirates. Who do we root for? Well done, Si. Well, the kids got it right.
They root for the Pirates.
I'm not sure about Dad. He's got it right. And you gotta love the blimp. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear with superior performing tires that knock it out of the park. Goodyear, more driven.
Like something out of the natural. These light bulbs going on.
More boats out there. I don't know if our buddy Doug Shear has his Rejoice out on the river, but Pirate fans rejoicing that A.J. Burnett has made it back to the mound. Appears healthy. There's a line drive to right and a base hit for Javier Baez. Well, Burnett has had to work from the stretch in each of the 5 innings. It is the 3rd time in the first 5 that the leadoff man has gotten on. Arrieta with 3 sacrifice bunts this season. That is not a lot. Possible he's
back.
Not going to bunt here, but we showed that he is actually squaring.
I can't believe you wouldn't. I would like to see Gung charging in on him just to get his attention, take anything bunted that way.
Runner goes, not bunting. And he's into second base with a steal. The fact that Arrieta has only 3 sacrifice bunts, as good as he is, that's an indication that Joe Madden doesn't always have him bunting. So instead, he has the runner go. Javier Baez the steal. Now he'll be bunting him, trying to anyway, to third.
That might just have been a take sign for him.
Baez's first steal this season, had 5 in the big leagues last year. 1 ball, 1 strike. Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite.
You know, we shouldn't forget, too, in this kind of situation, that third baseline is the responsibility of A.J. Burnett. When he releases the ball, he's got to do everything he can to get over toward third base, because that is the only chance you have of cutting off that man at second.
Now swinging. The unconventional Joe Madden. 1-2.
The Pirates thanking him very much.
Now with 2 strikes. Will he be bunting? Chris Bryant, Jake Arrieta fans, and certainly they're fans of Joe Madden in his first year as Cub skipper.
Opportunity for another critical strikeout. AJ has 5.
Misses it. The strikeout, and there you see Baez thought about going. A great block there by the catcher Francisco Cervelli. And that is strikeout number 6 for Burnett.
And that was a bad jab at a ball that was not even close. Check this out, this delivery. Thank you very much.
Watch Baez. Thinks about it. Breaking ball for a strike to Dexter Fowler. Fowler has struck out looking and tripled. 5 hits for the Cubs. Not missed by a lot. Just a bit inside. Jim Joyce. You can hear him barking out the strikes throughout the night. And tap toward Ramirez and the scoop, and he will tag Fowler for the second out.
Boy, A.J. Burnett just standing tall when he has to in these situations. Ramos going to take it on the short hop.
Pretty good play here. Watch.
I did hold my breath for a moment. That was just glove there. That was not body. It was just glove on the outside, but he gets it done. And all he has to do is wait.
Makes that look very routine. Does Aramis Ramirez over at first. Aramis Ramirez making just his 4th start over there. Now Schwarber. Schwarber has singled and walked. Playing in his 55th major league game. Rips this, but it is foul. Oh, hits off the Pirates charity sign. Almost puts a hole through it. 1-1.
That was pretty impressive.
Man.
That was like the stuff we saw in the All-Star game during the home run derby stuff. That was here.
In there for a strike.
Yep.
1-2. That was an impressive foul ball from the rookie, Kyle Schwarber. And what an impressive rookie class these Cubs have. How about Chris Bryant, Schwarber, Addison Russell. Once again, the veteran against the rookie. Got him! A.J. Burnett has struck out 7. That man has made his return.
Pirates Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by the Chevy Cruze and your Western PA Chevy dealers. And by Day Automotive. We're going to make your day. Let's go, Bucks!
Keep calm and call AJ. He has matched zeros with Jake Arrieta.
He certainly has been tested more.
Just 2 singles against Arrieta, one of them a bunt hit. Jung Ho Kang singled with 1 out in the second. And he leads off here in the bottom of the 5th.
Arrieta with that very impressive fastball, 95-96, but a heavy dose of sliders. Majority of his outs have been recorded with the slide ball.
Curveball up, 1-1. Young, Walker, Cervelli. Two and one on Gong. Truly is remarkable to watch Arrieta work, and this string of wins started against Pittsburgh back on August the 4th when he went 7 innings of 2-hit shutout ball here. That's a fair ball. Gong didn't run initially. Well, easy for Bryant once Gong got that late start out of the box. Our Day Automotive this day in Pirates history. 1975. Yep, the 7-for-7 game. Reddy Stennett, 22-0 over the Cubs.
22-0.
Also scored 5 times. Dave Parker would drive in 5. Richie Hebner, Willie Stargell, Frank Taveras, 3 RBIs each.
Do you remember the pitcher for the Pirates that day?
Was it Gandy?
The Gandy man. Pretty nice day to start,
I'll say. And 1 on Neil Walker. And September 16th, also big in Pirates history when it comes to Roberto Clemente.
Not Walk for President sign. What about that ticket? Trump and walk. I should say walk and Trump.
And 1. And 0-2. Walker bounced into a double play in the second. Montero tried to bring it back.
You almost think along the line somebody's got to hit a ball over the fence.
Yep.
Just a mistake that somebody just jumps on.
Near to left, nearing the corner, just out of play. Boy, you're rooting for all kinds of things there. Hoping that Schwarber doesn't get to it, but at the same time, you're hoping that maybe he can sneak around that foul pole.
Who hit one like that? Didn't Liriano's ball kind of tuck in that way? Not all that far away. One of Liriano's home run, I guess. So that would be the one.
Yeah, that would be it. First 13 starts this year, Arrieta gave up 8 homers in 82 innings. Last 16 starts in 121 innings, he's given up 2. And that just missed. Did give up a home run his last start.
You know, you talk about the inner workings of a pitching streak like this, and from a starter's standpoint, you got to appreciate it from another aspect. Every fifth day, it starts from scratch. You got to start again. You've won your last 5 in a row. You want 6. It starts with your first pitch you deliver. It's a body of work. For this guy, it's been a body of work about 8 innings every night. But it's not handed to you just because you've been hot. You've got to start with the first pitch you throw in the ballgame.
Ground ball right side, past Starlin Castro. Let's go back to the studio, a State Farm game break with Rob King. All right, Rob.
Tommy Pham again.
Yep. Here a 0-0 ball game. Pirates collect their 3rd hit.
We go with Arrieta and Burnett again. Same frame.
Savelli bounced out to Castro. 3rd hit for the Pirates, each coming with 1 out. Chung Ho Gong in the 2nd. The bunt hit by Marte after Polanco struck out in the 4th. And here Walker singles off Jake Arrieta past Starlin Castro.
And out in front, 0-2.
Only 1 for 9 in the past against Jake Arrieta. The former American leaguer, Cervelli with the Yankees and Jake Arrieta with the Baltimore Orioles. Time called.
If you have an appreciation for pitching, you're enjoying this one. Not much offense, but got a power guy out on the mound in Arrieta. You got the old grizzly, crafty veteran A.J. Burnett. It's fun to watch.
And the veteran catcher, Montero, going to talk to him. Most popular way to follow the Pirates' push to the postseason is with MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Enjoy live look-ins, highlights, replay review, score statcast, live radio broadcasts, and more. Get MLB.com at Bat now. And a double play ball. 1, 2. Arrieta has gotten 2 double play balls, and it remains 0-0 through 5. To come back a couple of times with elbow issues. He's been with the Padres last couple of years. Another setback. The next few weeks going to undergo a third Tommy John surgery. He had the operation once back in 2007, then again early last year, and signed a one-year deal with the Padres this offseason. Trying to work his way back from that last one, and last week had the setback. Rehabbing with a single A club. So
how many ligaments do you have? I mean, what has he got to do? Go to AutoZone if he wants a fourth?
Imagine trying to go through that again.
Oh, I can't.
Surgery and the rehab.
Hey, well, we have a moment, Greg. A nice note from a big Pirate fan out in the Indiana area, Nancy Franklin. Nice note saying she enjoys the Pirate broadcast. Mentioned all the broadcasters except you.
Thank you. Well, it's funny you say that because Sister Mary Eileen Cook watches all the games, and her favorite is Bob Walk.
Yep. So. Okay, we got that covered. And on with the ball game. Thanks for the nice note, Nancy. Sister.
Yep. Madeline Buccos with a lot of history. This team and having an historic run with their 87 victories to date. They're paying tribute tonight, as is baseball, to one of the all-time greats, Roberto Clemente, as Chris Coughlin, who's grounded out and struck out, leads off the 6th against A.J. Burnett. A very important inning here. They're all important, of course, in a scoreless tie, but here's the meat of the order. 3, 4, 5. Coughlin, Anthony Rizzo, Chris Bryant. Bryant has 2 of the 5 hits.
We'd love to have a 1-2-3 inning here. It's going to be a challenge.
Hasn't had that yet. And grounded to Arolis Ramirez. And 1 away.
Single hits in each of the first 5 innings. No score.
It's only the 3rd time he has retired the first man in each inning. So here's Anthony Rizzo, who has struck out looking and flied out to center. See the pitch count for Burnett at 72.
That's not alarming as he works here in the 6th inning.
Yeah, let's go along with 7 strikeouts.
Yeah.
Been pretty efficient. Boy, each pitch intense in a nothing game in a pennant race. The guy coming back after over 5 weeks on the DL. Veteran A.J. Burnett.
You wonder in the big picture, could he be quote unquote fresh from not extending the innings as they are very concerned about these days?
Right elbow inflammation landed him on the disabled list on July the 31st after that forgettable start against the Reds in Cincinnati. 1-2.
Speed pitch had this really good left-hand hitter out in front. Well done.
Todd Tomczyk watching very closely, the Pirates head trainer, right next to Ray Searage. And the other way for Anthony Rizzo. One out single for Rizzo.
See him up on top of the plate again and just goes upstairs, and maybe a mistake by AJ getting that ball up and out. Rizzo with the proper approach, pushing it to left field, opposite way.
Now here's Bryant. He's pulled the ball twice, doubled to left his first time up, singled to left his last time. Can Burnett get him to pound that sinker into the ground?
7 double plays hit into by Bryant.
Burnett has gotten 1 double play ball. Can't say enough about the job Cervelli has done behind the plate, just blocking everything.
Yep.
Keeping a double play in order. Remember, he kept Fowler at third back in the third.
Not just the Pirate catchers, but all catchers now being called upon to be as good as they can be blocking pitches this day and age. A lot of those breaking balls downstairs. It's a big part of their responsibility now, more so than a lot of years ago.
Two and one. Clint Hurdle over talking to Ray Searage. Runner goes on the 2-1. It's fouled out of play. Anthony Rizzo took off on the 2-1 pitch. Trying to stay out of the double play.
Look at the break. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's fortunate that we got the foul ball.
Rizzo has 15 steals in 20 attempts this season. Now a big pitch, 2-2. Really big. There he goes again. Missed. And there will be no throw. Uncontested stolen base.
Don't have to tell you about that jump. But here it is. Yeah, he's off to the races. No throw, no slide.
That's 30 steals against Burnett and 38 tries by the opponents. Clint Hurdle's going to get somewhat up in the bullpen.
Just looking out there, they aren't walking to the bullpen, Rubber. They are moving very quickly.
It's Jared Hughes. Now Cervelli's going to maybe buy in some time.
Nothing game. I mean, there's simply no wiggle room.
Yep.
A run might be enough. It's heading in that direction.
There's Chris Bryant, this rookie. Again, is 2 for 2 tonight, and with 92 RBIs on the season, 5th in the National League. National League Rookie of the Month for August. Drilled it to left. Marte back. And this will give the Cubs a 1-0 lead. Chris Bryant, 3 for 3. 93 RBIs on the year. 1-0 Cubs.
And this is a guy struck out 3 times in one of the games yesterday. He's getting back to even.
Yeah, he was 0 for 7 combined with 5 strikeouts yesterday. 3 for 3 tonight.
Just got down underneath it. That's a classic swing right there, and just drilled it.
Now Montero with 1 out. And into right. Bryant going to be held at third. First and third with 1 out. And now Clint Hurdle heads toward the dugout. Steps.
Yeah, you've got a ground ball pitcher in the bullpen. You need a double play.
He's going to bring on Hughes to try and get that double play. The 8th hit off of Burnett. He's going to leave down 1-0 and responsible for 2 men on.
You will hear some kind of applause for the job that he has done to this point.
Run on 8 hits and 2 men on against A.J. Burnett. So he goes 5 1/3. Came off and not happy at all that he wasn't able to get through 6. Gave up that hit to Rizzo, the stolen base, the Chris Bryant double, and the Montero base hit. So now Jared Hughes.
The spotlight is on Jared Hughes now, not to let this thing go too far down the road any further than it is.
We gave you the numbers. Castro had his career against Burnett 471. Well, he's a 455 lifetime hitter against Hughes. There goes the runner from first, and now the run's going to score, and in the dirt, and it is 2-0. Castro drops down the bunt. Bryant scores. It's 2-0.
And the Pirates do not get an out of it.
RBI for Castro.
It didn't look like the suicide squeeze,
No.
just hesitating.
Doesn't break until he gets it down. And Hughes throws a one-hopper. He'll be charged with an error, allowing Castro to reach. Now it's Javier Baez. Castro drops down the bunt with 1 out and brings Bryant home. One ball and 1 strike. Hughes follows A.J. Burnett. Baez started last inning with a base hit to right field. He would steal second base during a Jake Arrieta at bat.
Well, in a lot of normal situations, you say, well, all right, well, leave it right here. 2 runs, that's not insurmountable. And it's not, but you got Arrieta out there, so again, limit it as much as you can and hope for the best.
Still 1-2 on Baez. Saw Baez a lot last year. Struck out a bunch. Did a long look-see in September. Began this year in the minors. Spent a lot of time away from the Iowa Cubs. As his younger sister, 21-year-old, very close to her, passed away from spina bifida. And he strikes out looking. He was asking for help, but Joyce doesn't need it. Jim Joyce calls him out on strikes.
And now you have a chance to leave these 2 runners working against the pitcher. But like you said, Arrieta is not an automatic out with his 9 hits.
Well, doesn't call him out on the swing. Joyce did not point on the swing. Called out on strikes. Here is Arrieta. One ball, 1 strike on the pitcher. With 2 in, 2 on, and 2 outs in the 6th. 1-2.
Arrieta trying to help his own cause. He might have enough. Hope that's not the case. But as a pitcher, should be trying to help.
Bounced off the glove of Gone. And they are loaded.
He does help himself.
Everybody's safe, and the inning continues.
Just wide of third. And the minute it gets off the glove, if he's able to hold it there, you got a pitcher running, but you're guessing that Arrieta is doing everything he can to extend the inning by hustling down to first base.
Montero to third. On to second is Castro. He reached on the air. And now Dexter Fowler can just about put this away with Arrieta on the hill. 2 runs is one thing. Maybe scratch and claw and hit a mistake, but much more.
Yeah, this is
impossible.
The at bat that's going to determine the Pirates' chances. You got to think that way.
Good numbers in these situations. Grand slam this year for the switch hitting Dexter Fowler.
Good location there from Jared, down and in.
Bobby Laframboise. Left-hander. Two and two. Remains 2-2. He's been a workhorse in this season. Jared Hughes, among the league leaders, in fact second only to Kevin Segrist of the St. Louis Cardinals. This is his 71st outing of the year.
Now the plot thickens. Close. Really wants it outside, and it just not nearly close enough.
No place to put him. 3-2. And it stays 3 balls and 2 strikes on Dexter Fowler.
It's top of the 6th. Started with a ground ball to Aramis Ramirez for the out, and then it has not been anything the Pirates are looking for since.
Fowler has been such a tough out, especially since the All-Star break. On base percentage over 400. He's walked 41 times since the All-Star break. That's 3rd most in the National League. Another foul ball.
And Jared Hughes throwing good pitches, and pitches obviously you want the out with. And boy, in this circumstance, 2 outs and the bases loaded in a tight ball game, it is a challenge to keep throwing strikes. And it's a challenge not to give into the temptation, just make sure I throw a strike for the sake of throwing a strike. It's got to be a good one.
9th pitch of this at bat. Another foul. And now Montero, Cervelli going to go out and talk to Hughes, Montero, Castro, and Arrieta on the bases.
Conversation. What do you want to try next, or just go out there and give him a breather? He's working hard.
That's true. Montero was the last batter to face A.J. Burnett with that base hit to right. Castro dropped down a sacrifice bunt, reached on the air by Hughes, and then the infield hit by Arrieta. Long at bat, Oh, pick made by Ramirez for the final out.
Pick. Way to go, Jared Hughes.
2-0. Chicago.
Root Sports is brought to you by Allegheny Health Network, Health for All. By Kenny Ross, Just Ask a Neighbor. And by Levin's, the official furniture and mattress supplier of the Pittsburgh Pirates. For the best quality, service, and value, shop Levin's. Let's go, Bucks!
A.J. Burnett, book closed, 5 1/3, 2 runs, 8 hits, a walk, 7 strikeouts. Talking with Aramis Ramirez about that play over at first base.
Yeah, really nice pick.
Ray Searage, Clint Hurdle. We talked about that start against Milwaukee, and you're just fingers crossed that he, first of all, pitches well, but if he comes out of it okay, you just don't know. And very intense game tonight. Matched Arrieta up until the 6th inning with zeros, and looks like
a positive exchange.
Yeah, it did look positive, and even A.J. Burnett's just body language.
Yep.
I think he knows he's back.
Yep.
And now the Pirates go back to work against Jake Arrieta. Travis Snyder on deck to hit for Hughes. Mercer bounced out his first time up. Lines this ball toward left, but make its way out to Schwarber. One of the harder hit balls of the night. A line out to left. Get on board with Bucko Baseball for 2016. The Pirates are now accepting deposits for full and partial season ticket memberships. You'll get access to exclusive events, the best locations and savings, and you can customize your membership. Plus, remember, 2016 full and half season deposits will receive 2015 postseason priority. For more information, go to pirates.com/membership. Get on board with the Buccos next year and get on board the ride through the playoffs. How about those?
Yeah, that's lined up pretty nicely.
Travis Snyder will instead sit down, and Jeff Decker instead comes out. So Snyder was going to bat if Mercer got on, and Decker instead. He'll find a way to get on.
2-0 count. That's a headline.
Decker's done a pretty darn good job in this department. Limited action. Cervelli with Hughes. Kind of Tough little strike zone probably for Arrieta. Different look anyway from Decker. Not the tallest guy in the world. He was drawn 6 walks. 25 plate appearances at the big league level this year.
Get him on first base, go back up to the top of the batting order and try it again.
Arrieta has not walked a batter. Only the second 3-ball count he's had tonight. And now 3-2.
Looking back, he had one bad control start, really just one, back in May against Cleveland when he walked 6. Nothing close to that before or after.
Decker lost his bat on that one, another broken bat. Jake Arrieta already has surpassed the 200 strikeout mark for the season. He came in 4th in the league in strikeouts behind Clayton Kershaw, Max Scherzer, and Madison Bumgarner. As we said, after that first inning, he reached the 200 inning plateau, and if he pulls off the victory tonight, gets 20 wins, becomes the 3rd Cubs pitcher since 1900 to get 20 wins and 200 strikeouts in the same year, joining Ferguson Jenkins, who did it 5 times from 1967 to 1971, and Orville Overall, who did it in 1909 for the Cubs.
Sounds like a clothing company.
Yeah. Another 3-2 pitch. And another foul ball. How about Fergie Jenkins doing that 5 times?
Fergie was
underrated, right?
Underrated. Hall of Famer.
Yep.
Consistent, remarkably consistent. Sinker after sinker after sinker at Wrigley Field. And just without headlines. Not a lot of spectacular work in terms of strikeouts, but consistent innings every year. Consistent wins. Great control.
One of your favorites to go up against over the years?
Yeah, he was in that category without getting the headlines the other guys got.
Another foul ball.
But, the great thing about going up against Ferguson Jenkins and his orchestra, as Bob Prince used to say, was that the Pirate hitters, I mean, we had mashers. I don't know what the numbers would say, but I would say we held our own and then some against Jenkins in his career. We got that kind of lineup that we had getting into that small ballpark.
9th pitch of this at bat, and Arrieta gets him.
Strikeout number 4.
The longest at bat of the night against Arrieta, but it ends with a strikeout. It probably is not where Arrieta wanted that pitch either. Too much of the zone, but he strikes out Decker. Now Polanco.
Well, it's just the volume of innings for Arrieta. He has had 3 games where he's had strikeouts in triple digits, a 12 strikeout game and a couple 10. But if you have that many innings with that kind of stuff, the strikeouts are going to happen. You don't have to have massive numbers in each particular game.
Facing Polanco, who has just 2 hits in his last 20 at bats. Tonight he's bounced out and struck out. And this time he gets on base. It's a 2-out single.
You know, you were talking earlier about a repeatable delivery. Ferguson Jenkins was like a machine. Yeah, like those old initial computers, click, click, the circular things. Just did like a pro golfer that repeats his swing. There's the effort by Castro. You get some leather on it. What it does in a 2-0 game with that big out with Jared Hughes hanging in there and Ramirez making a really fine above-average play to leave the bases loaded. You get a runner, you bring the tying run to the plate. Giving up 10 home runs, but you said a lot of them were early. Most of them.
Yeah, just 2 since the All-Star break.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
Both by Phillies, by the way. Aaron Altier, the rookie, the home run off of Arrieta 5 days ago in Philadelphia. Before that, it was Ryan Howard, July 25th at Wrigley.
You know, you look at guys like Polanco and Marte against a guy like Arrieta. They haven't been around long enough to be really scared. You know, okay, yeah, this guy's good, but you know, it's not like they've been around 5 or 6 or 7 years. And okay, we're going up against a Koufax or Seaver or Gibson, somebody like that. They know he's good, but they're not. I don't think they're thinking like they think about Kershaw.
Well, but I think that's because Steve Arrieta has burst onto the scene this year.
Exactly.
Somebody was talking to Neil Walker about that the last couple of days, and as you go over those numbers that we've been talking about, and
he's not been doing it for 7 years.
Just stunning, as you said, these numbers. The last Chicago Cub younger than 30 years of age to win 20 was Greg Maddux back in 1992. Arrieta at 29 years old. The runner goes. And the throw down, safe. Polanco goes in feet first and stays on the bag. Castro takes the throw from Miguel Montero. It's the second steal by a Pirate tonight.
Now Montero out to talk with Arrieta.
He's in there.
Yep, sure is. Good camera work, as always, in the Super Mode.
From behind home plate. Quick release, but Polanco beats the throw. The Pirates 2 for 2 in steals. It was Marte who swiped second during a McCutchen strikeout in the fourth.
First time the Pirates have had a runner at second. They had one at third. But Montero probably out there making sure that he and Arrieta know what they want to do with the signals with a man on second.
Marte stealing second and then right away going to third on the errant throw by Montero. So he was at second for about a half a second. 3-2 the count. Hit hard to right field, but this is going to slice out of play.
Now here's a situation again with these real good control pitchers. Sometimes they'll lean toward the priority of throwing a strike rather than making really one of those definitive pitches. They hate to walk people. It's, hopefully could create a mistake in that category.
And he is figuring to want to be around the plate with Andrew McCutchen on deck.
Yep.
Marte figures to get a strike. McCutchen has struck out twice. Another 3-2 pitch. And back to Arrieta. Oh, high throw! And the Pirates score a run! Marte into second base, and he is out because he was not running hard. The run scores, but Marte was just trotting to first and practically trotting to second. The Pirates get a run. As Clint Hurdle, just to be clear, making sure that Marte was safe. And the Pirates are on the board, but if Marte is busting it, he is also safe at second. Now, let's see what Clint Hurdle is asking the first base umpire, Greg Gibson.
They get the mistake from Arrieta as he lobs the ball over the head of Rizzo. That opens the door.
You know, he might be asking about interference here. That's a good point. I mean, Marte has to shove Rizzo out of the way. But
now Hurdle's walking away.
That falls on deaf ears. They're not going to give them that call. So Marte, lucky to be honest with you, but the Pirates will take it. It is a 2-1 ball game. absolutely hands it to them by throwing the ball too high for Rizzo, allowing McCutchen to reach. A little bump there of Rizzo.
It's like Marte pushed Rizzo, though.
Yeah, true. That's probably what the first base umpire was saying. And the throw there goes to Baez. And Marte head down. And he's thrown out at second.
Seen that happen so many times. A pitcher just tries to lob the ball over, just catches a little balloon over the first baseman's head.
During the break, looking at the finger there as he collided with Rizzo. Well, now.
All right. Well,
Bastardo.
Wasn't pretty. We come away with one. This so reminiscent of last night's game. The way it's going. Lester got the early lead, and Pirates got one, but it was not enough. Numbers for Bastardo after Hughes comes in. They found Hughes 2/3 of an inning. Didn't give up a run, a hit, strikeout. Got a huge out of Dexter Fowler with the help of Ramos Ramirez.
Schwarber with one of the 8 hits off of Burnett. It came in the first inning. He walked in the third and struck out in the 5th. Bastardo pitched a 1-2-3 9th inning last night.
It's just crazy how things happen in a game of baseball. Arrieta in complete control and just throws the ball over the head of his first baseman to give the Pirates a chance. Good work by Bastardo.
Let's go back to the studio for another game break. Oh, Rob, Tommy Pham, that's unbelievable. You take a look at the current standings. Bucks 3 back and 4 up on St. Louis. 4 up on the Cubs, 3 back of the Cardinals. Austin Jackson pinch hitting for Chris Coghlan. Pirates down a run. Austin Jackson lined out to Ramos Ramirez last night, facing Bastardo. Jake Arrieta charged with the error, giving up a run, unearned. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, with superior performing tires that knock it out of the park. Goodyear, more driven. More fabulous shots at PNC Park in the city of Pittsburgh.
No free passes, Antonio. Don't want any base runners now. Gotten to within striking range.
But hard to center. McCutchen back. Room.
Center field holds it in.
Nissan Road ahead. Final game of this series, the final game of this homestand. Charlie Morton looks for win number 10. He opposes Kyle Hendricks. First pitch at 12:35.
Not so different set of numbers for each starter.
Pirates will be off to Los Angeles in a series against the Dodgers on Friday. The Cubs will host the Cardinals this weekend.
That should create a buzz.
Yeah, these Cubs are hosting the Cardinals and then the Brewers after the weekend series. Then they'll host the Pirates starting on the 25th, the weekend series. Then a makeup game against the Royals at Wrigley on Monday the 28th. Then they finish up on the road in Cincinnati and Milwaukee. Bastardo out in front of Rizzo, 0-2. This Bryant 3 for 3 tonight. Struck him out looking. Oh, what work there from Antonio Bastardo. A couple of strikeouts and a deep drive by Jackson. Pirates down by 1. Once again, great shots from the Allegheny Health Network Supermo. The Pirates are down 1, heading to the bottom of the 7th inning on Roberto Clemente night. Tristan Orfia takes over in left field for the Cubs. Joe Madden, as soon as he gets the lead fairly late in the ball game, he goes into the defensive mode. He's got Austin Jackson staying in the game to play right. Jake Arrieta, who has struck out Andrew McCutchen twice, has allowed 1 unearned run.
Hit the ball to Jake.
This would be a first if the Pirates, for Jake Arrieta, rather, who, when given 1 run or more this season, just 1 run, he's 19-0.
1 run.
He's got 3 no decisions. He's 19-0 when 1 or more runs. His losses have come in shutouts. Who was it that said that to you? Pitch a shutout, kid.
Yeah.
Was that against Drysdale?
Yeah. Pitch a shutout, kid, and we'll play for a tie. That ranks right up there with pitch a shutout and hit a home run.
Ball just foul. Bryant was ready to unload it to first.
Foul. Ron Santo, all-time Cubby, one of the best.
struck him out looking. McCutchen did not think so. 3 times to the plate, he has struck out each.
Well, let's see what we see here. That's perfecta. Can't do much about that, Andrew. That's his pitch.
Wow. A bouncer to the shortstop.
What do they do? What do they do, Greg, in the NFL? They pick out a guy that they don't want to beat them.
Yeah.
It's almost like Arrieta said, I don't know about everybody else, but I know he can beat me. I'm gonna concentrate on them.
He struck out McCutchen each of 3 at bats of his 5 strikeouts. One of his hits given up to Gong, and then got Jung Ho to bounce to third.
Well, the Pirates' run came out of the woodwork. You know, again, one swing of the bat now.
It's been a while since a starting pitcher struck out Andrew McCutchen 3 at bats in a ball game. You have to go back to September of 2012, September the 8th. Jeff Samardzija struck out Andrew McCutchen 3 times.
His early days as a Cub. I thought he was going to be an absolute beast when he came into the league, Jeff Samardzija.
So did the A's, so did the White Sox, so did the Cubs.
Hasn't worked out that way.
1-2. Jung Ho Kang. Arrieta has been masterful.
He's pitching the type of game we saw from Max Scherzer in Washington, without the no-hitter, without the perfect game, quotation marks around it. He's just kept the pressure on.
He's allowed 4 hits, 1 a bunt single by Starling Marte. All singles. Looking for his 20th win of the year. And an easy inning for Arrieta. 1-2-3. It's his third 1-2-3 inning tonight. 2-1 Cubs. Chris Bryant will lead things off against Joe Blanton, and Yellowwood bringing the lumber. Well, Bryant has been swinging the lumber against A.J. Burnett. 3 of the Cubs, 8 hits off of him. The double that started the second, the base hit in the 4th, and the RBI double that brought in the first run of the ball game. 93 RBIs for Chris Bryant in his rookie season. It'll be Bryant, Miguel Montero, and Starlin Castro here in the 8th for the Chicago Cubs.
And by the way, the Milwaukee Brewers have gotten the attention of the St. Louis Cardinals. 5-4 in the fourth now.
Martin Maldonado hit a 3-run homer off Jaime Garcia. After 4 innings, Cardinals up by 1 now. That's the Cub lead over the Pirates. Joe Blanton's numbers since joining the Pirates from the Royals.
Very, very good. And again, keep them right there. One swing of the bat. There's the update. There you get an idea. You can really have a feel for a pennant race and all the things that's going on. You not only have a clear, definitive picture of the number of games left, but you can almost predict the rotations. The starting rotation. That's when it gets down to cases. That's where we are.
Bounce toward third, hugging the line. Fair ball. Nice play there by Chung Ho-Kong. Awfully smooth. Made it look easy.
He did. That was like choreography right there. Comes in, takes it on the move, plants the back foot, gets very strong, accurate throw across. That was a much tougher play than he makes it look.
Just a perfect strike on the move.
Yep, a 1-run game. That won't get a lot of attention, but hope you can look back at that.
Montero, 1 for 3. He was the last man A.J. Burnett faced, and deep short. Mercer might have had more time, maybe to even set, but he wanted to go into that jump throw mode, and it'll be a base hit for Montero.
Yeah, you always bring that into question when you got a catcher running. Gets it on the backhand and just lost the grip.
Mercer probably had to do it over again. You see that even Montero out of the box, as slow as he is, almost froze.
Yep. Down, plant that back foot.
Castro dropped down that big sacrifice bunt, bringing home Bryant from third, greeting the new pitcher Jared Hughes in the 6th inning. That sacrifice made it 2-0. Pirates scored an unearned run in the bottom of the 6th. Runner goes from first.
Double clutch.
And into center field. And Miguel Montero will reach third base. His first steal. And goes to third on the error by Cervelli.
See if we can see something. Francisco, well, not much. Little hesitation getting the grip. Then he threw the sinker out to second base, and Speedy Montero.
Miguel Montero's first stolen base since 2011. His third major league stolen base.
And just a little hesitation from Francisco, but that'll make you rush it. If you don't get it really clean, they have a tendency to rush to try to catch up that fraction of a second you lost.
Infield in. Third steal of the night for Chicago. And again, going back to his first stint in the big leagues back in 2006, Miguel Montero picks up his third career steal and his first since the 2011 season.
There goes that unpredictable Joe Madden again.
Yeah.
Send his catcher. Joe.
And a strikeout of Castro for Blanton, a big one, keeping that runner at third now with 2 outs.
I'll tell you, we've gotten some critical strikeouts tonight to keep this game where it is. AJ, a bunch of them. And here goes another swing at a ball that is bouncing in front of home plate. Take it.
Yeah, they'll walk Baez intentionally and face Jake Arrieta
singled his last time up.
Intentional walk issued to Javier Baez. Arrieta, first time up, hit a ball to the warning track in center field back in the third. Was not able to bunt a runner from second to third and struck out against A.J. Burnett. And last time facing Jared Hughes, bounced the ball off of Jung Ho Kang's glove for an infield hit. Another critical moment here for the Pirates, and in this case Joe Blanton, to keep this a one-run deficit. Arrieta has 10 hits on the year.
So many times we've needed a big out tonight. We've gotten a bunch of them.
Looking for one more here. Runner goes from first. Uncontested. They're going to call that defensive indifference. It's a very inconsistent official stat, depending on who the official score is. In this case, the official score here decides to call it no steal.
There was another a stolen base without a throw.
Yeah,
earlier.
I don't see how you don't call that one a steal, but it's just a bookkeeping matter. The important thing is to get Arrieta. Obviously, it's important in the scheme of things in the score. Whether it's a steal or just defensive indifference, is no matter to the Pirates. 2-1 on Arrieta. Again, you're at a moment that could put the game away. Arrieta could seal it for himself with a hit. He's allowed one unearned run on 4 hits. He takes a good cut, doesn't he, Steve?
He does, and it's not an out of control swing. He knows what's available out there for him. Put the ball in play.
Alvarez might be pinch hitting in the bottom of the 8th. Right now, Blanton concentrating on Jake Arrieta. 2-2. Got him. Gives the Pirates a chance. Arrieta still has just the 1-run lead as Blanton pitches a scoreless top of the 8th.
is presented by the authority of the Pittsburgh Pirates and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Time now for our Data Strong fan photo of the game. It's brought to you by T-Mobile. And Teak greeting a young fan out in the concourse. Into Colby. Keith Bell, our hashtag Pit Data Strong fan of the game. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Teak will be joining Rob after the game to talk about this outstanding pitching performance by both Jake Arrieta, A.J. Burnett, the Pirates bullpen. Pirates with just 4 singles, the Cubs with 10 hits. Arrieta 6 outs away from his 20th win. Over his last 9 starts, an ERA of 0.413.
Ridiculous. We saw a complete game, 2-1 complete game from Lester last night. Change that game if we can.
Neil Walker has one of the 4 singles off of Jake Arrieta. Bounced into a double play in the second. And singled with 1 out in the 5th.
There is activity.
Bucks have yet to get their leadoff man on in this ball game. 100th pitch of the game is a strike.
He crossed up.
It looks like it, didn't it?
Funny kind of a reaction by Montero.
Dropped the pitch. Yeah, absolutely. We'll see that with nobody on.
Yeah, wonder why he wouldn't go out and discuss that.
Did he go? Yes, says Pat Hoberg, and it's 0-2 on Walker.
No, they're all 50-50. Didn't look like he committed all that much, but that's what we were hoping.
That's a foul ball. It hit his foot. It hit Neil Walker's foot.
Yep. That looked like it was going to be the break of the ball game.
Off his shin, actually.
Yep. Yeah, he reaches for it. Pretty obvious when he reaches for where it hit.
Pedro Strop getting ready. Should Arrieta run into any trouble whatsoever.
All kind of things going on during this at bat. Still out in front, 1-2.
Baseball Joe out there, huh? Joe Vogel. Wakely hit to the right side. Area getting over and safe.
Okay, we finally get the break. The at bat.
It's going to go as a base hit for Neil Walker, his second hit.
Doesn't have to be pretty. And it wasn't pretty, except if you're a Pirate fan, it's gorgeous. Rizzo goes over, kind of tries to shovel it back. That didn't work, nor did the scoop by Arrieta.
Now, Walker lifted in favor of the pinch runner, and all kinds of things running through our minds. What will Clint Hurdle do? Will he allow Pedro Florimon to try and steal? Cervelli, you wouldn't think of bunting, but Florimon, of course, stole a base, and a big one it was the other day, or yesterday, that led to the winning run in the 8th. We've given you the numbers already tonight with Arrieta.
I said they weren't all that dazzling.
Yeah, the Pirates are 2 for 2 tonight in the stolen base department, and that makes 25 steals against Arrieta this season in 31 attempts by the opponents.
A modest lead initially by Pedro. See if he extends it a little bit. That's all the Cubs are thinking about, is making sure that they keep track of him.
And the exaggerated Cervelli twist. 1-0. He is entertaining to watch.
Not all that close to him.
At the plate, behind the plate.
All over town.
Enthusiasm he brings. Pirates have a man on with nobody out. Florimon, a bluff start. Snap throw to first base. He gets back. It's 2-0 on Cervelli.
And you're wondering if this might intrude on the concentration of Arrieta with the obvious possibility of Florimon going, because he's got to switch his attention from the runner.
You know, you almost have to have Florimon go. Here comes Chris Bosio, the pitching coach, because you've got to stay out of the double play. Now, Rick Sophia will take this opportunity to talk to Francisco Cervelli about what the Pirates have in mind with Florimon at first.
And you're hoping Florimon can keep getting into Arrieta's head a little bit, so when he turns his attention back to home plate, he's still got some lingering thoughts about the runner at first base. Showtime here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Cervelli has grounded out twice tonight, including into a double play in the 5th. He's 1 for 10 against Jake Arrieta in previous matchups. Two and one. Now you think Florimon has to go. There he goes. Line drive off the glove of the shortstop, Baez. Florimon to third. It's first and third. Nobody out. That close to being a double play. And if he comes up with it, it is a double play. Instead, nobody out in the 8th.
And the very entertaining Cervelli comes through again, and perfectly done as it turned out, off the glove, dying in short left field. Florimon just keeps on going.
Really a ball that should have been caught. Baez can't come up with it. 2 balls in play that lead to base runners.
And no reason to stop anyway, because he's going to be doubled off easily, so the Pirates get the ideal scenario.
And Pedro Alvarez will pinch hit for Jordy Mercer, or Josh Harrison rather. Then Alvarez comes out on deck. They both came out of the box, but it is going to be Harrison to pinch hit, not Alvarez.
Well,
first and third and nobody out.
And the Pirate fans have finally had a chance to stand up and make a whole lot of noise.
Almost 32,000. As Jay Hay will come to the plate, batting for Mercer. And Joe Madden sticks with Arrieta. Infield will go to double play depth. They'll concede the tying run. The third baseman Bryant, however, even. And that is a double play ball. And the runner breaks for the plate. And he is out at the plate. Shortstop Baez decides to go home.
And the decision pays off. That's a gutsy play. It's a long throw.
Now, the question is, are we going to get the Posey rule from Montero? Did he block the plate? Clint Hurdle is out of the dugout. Let's take a look. He's right there. I mean, there's no place for Florimon to go. I mean, that is the Buster Posey rule that was implemented last year. Now it's up to Hurdle to convince Jim Joyce, and he needs to look at it. And they will.
Here we go.
Montero gives Florimon no lane.
He's got that right leg right in front of home plate, right in the sliding lane.
Does not have the ball. And there is no place for Florimon to go. And we're going to be consistent. We don't like the rule, you and I,
yep.
But it's in. And if you're going to be Major League Baseball, you've implemented this rule. Florimon should be safe.
And it changes everything.
Yeah.
You've got a tie ball game.
Fans are seeing it. Montero did not have the ball. He did not give Florimon any lane. This should be a no-brainer.
Well, even the old rule, you're not allowed to block the play without the baseball. That's been in effect for 100 years.
That's true. Well, the fans are going to go crazy if Jim Joyce, the crew chief, takes off the headset and rules Florimon safe.
Yeah, because then you've got a tie ball game and runners at first and second with nobody out.
Here we go. And he is out. Wow. Wow. He is ruled out at home plate, and a stunner. Watch this. You've got the rule. Look at that. No place to. Wow, that's. I mean, do you understand that?
Yeah. No, I don't.
That's incredible.
If you got the rule in there, that you would think that rule, whether you like it or not, would apply to that situation right there.
Oh my goodness, that's incredible. So Cervelli will be lifted in favor of Sean Rodriguez. He pinch runs now at second. The out recorded at the plate. It goes 6-2. And now Alvarez pinch hitting.
And Baez wants to talk to Arrieta. Well, that opportunity is gone, but the Pirates still in business. Runners at first and second, one out. That play is gone. You can't do anything about it now.
Now need a big hit. And let's go Pedro chants from this crowd. He is 2 for 15 in his career against Arrieta with a home run. Ball one. A 133 career hitter versus Jake Arrieta. One ball, one strike, the count.
This has turned into a wild card game atmosphere.
Two and one. 2-2. Another look at that play at the plate. The replay center said something about if anyone on the infield is drawn in, any infielder, they can determine that the catcher did not have time to give the lane to the runner.
They weren't playing in.
Someone from New York said if any of the infielders is drawn in.
Oh, okay.
2-2 the count. So take that for what it's worth, which is pretty bizarre. 2-2. Now a meeting with Montero and Arrieta. What a break for the Cubs, and now Jake Arrieta tries himself. As Joe Madden shows all the confidence in the world, and Arrieta, his season-high pitch count, 122. That was a game back in June. This will be his 115th, and a big one to Alvarez. 2-2. Full count. Alvarez is 5 out of 18 as a pinch hitter. Gregory Polanco on deck. Strop is ready. Full count on Pedro Alvarez with 1 out in the 8th, down 1.
This is intense.
Rocked him. They're loaded.
A free pass issued by Arrieta.
And a great at bat for Pedro Alvarez. And now Madden decides that might be it for Arrieta with Polanco coming to the plate. He's got Strop ready. Here he comes. Looking over that lineup. Joe Madden appears poised to remove his starter, but he's not taking that last step. He's going to stick with him. Like he was fighting that in his mind. So it's Polanco versus Arrieta. And a potential double play ball. Out there. And out toward the plate. And out there. The run scores. It is tied. 1 run did score.
Yep.
The run scores as soon as that force out was taken, so the game is at least tied. It is 2-2.
Wild.
The pitch runner does score as soon as the force was taken off. We're going to take another look. They throw to first. A great base running decision by Alvarez to allow Rodriguez to score. And then Harrison gets caught in the rundown for the final out. So Polanco gets an RBI as Rodriguez scores to tie it at 2.
You're never going to work harder for a run, I'll tell you that.
It's a smart decision by Pedro Alvarez right there to take that force off.
Yep.
All over the place.
Yeah, this is chaos.
Really pretty good job, too, by the Cubs, but it is tied at 2.
And we're back where we started.
And Clint Hurdle goes over the lineup card. You talk about working hard to scratch out a run. Right after the Pirates had Florimon thrown out. And Sean Rodriguez pinch ran for Cervelli.
Pedro stops.
Well, Polanco's tough to double up. Who knows whether they get the double play.
Yeah, the ball's not
bottom line
sharply
is
hit.
Alvarez does the proper thing to take the force off,
So
allowing Rodriguez to score.
Good at bat, good base running.
So it is 2-2. Give Polanco the RBI. He's thrown out 4-3. And then Rodriguez scoring, and Harrison trying to come around to score. Has caught the rundown. Florimon stays in the game at short. There'll be a new catcher, a new pitcher. Josh Harrison's now at second. And Mark Melancon will try and keep it tied. Well, all things considered, I mean, the emotions up and down all over the place. You have to be thrilled to tie the game.
Yeah.
I mean, to scratch out 2 runs against Jake Arrieta, you wanted more. You wanted obviously, Florimon to score the tying run, you're still in business. But to tie the game against Arrieta, you'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, that's how hard it is to do something against him. I mean, it took all that kind of work.
It took the ground ball that Rizzo wasn't able to toss cleanly to Arrieta. It took the ball off of Baez's glove, the line drive that would have been an inning-ending double play. Florimon able to stay on the bases because of that, but then eventually he's thrown out on a kind of bizarre play at the plate. As we said, the replay official in New York said that if any infielder is drawn in, and Bryant was in at third, or at least even with the bag, they can determine that the catcher, in this case Montero, didn't have time to allow the runner to have a lane.
Come on, the ball's hit to deep short. I don't get that interpretation, but it doesn't matter now. We got a 2-2 ball game. Crazy. Now you go back to some of the key outs that the Pittsburgh Pirates got from their pitchers.
Wow. What an intense game, and this is just a regular season affair. Who knows if these two teams meet again in the postseason. We do know they'll be playing each other at Wrigley Field. They've got another game here tomorrow. But if you can come away somehow and win a ball game with Jake Arrieta, even if they don't beat him,
he didn't beat you.
Yep.
And Greg, think of all the outs our pitchers got when they had to get them from the beginning with A.J. Burnett and going on to Hughes, that battle Hughes had. He didn't walk the batter, the play Ramos Ramirez made. Blanton getting out of a jam. It's
work to be done, though, from Melancon as he faces Dexter Fowler.
Just catching my breath from the
We'll assume that there's no way Arrieta comes out for the bottom of the ninth, so he's going to settle for 8 very strong innings, allowing 2 runs, 1 earned, and he could still get the W. Jake Arrieta, 8 innings, 6 hits.
Almost 120 pitches, something like that. Some crazy number.
He allows 1 run in because of his error in the 6th. Strikes out Fowler to start the 9th.
Gets a call. And no review.
So he is retired to start the 9th. It brings up Chris DeNorfia, his first at bat. Veteran hitting .262. A lot happened in that bottom of the 8th inning. It started with the dribbler by Neil Walker to Rizzo. And just a poor exchange. Otherwise, Walker's out, but he beats it out for an infield single. And then the pinch runner Florimon taking off on a 2-1 pitch to Cervelli. Cervelli lines the ball to the shortstop. And Florimon not only reaches second, but goes to third when the ball comes off Baez's glove. Josh Harrison announced as the pinch hitter. Hits the ball to short. Baez decides to throw home. Montero blocking the plate. The out call. 2-1 now on DeNorfia. And then Pedro Alvarez, that big pinch hit walk. And with Polanco at the plate, and the base is loaded. Hits what could have been, and it turned out to be a double play ball, but not the conventional 4-6-3, which wouldn't have allowed Rodriguez to score that run. Alvarez wisely freezes and forces the second baseman Castro to throw to first, thus taking off the force and allowing Rodriguez to score the tying run in a wild, wild bottom of the 8th. It's only September 16th. 2-2 on Denorfia.
You know, there was another situation where Alvarez got a critical free pass earlier in this homestand that created a scenario for a Pirate win. I think coming off the bench.
Bounce towards short. Florimon. Whoa, wide throw, but there's Aramis Ramirez again. For the defense, Ramirez has been playing at third and first the last couple days.
Now do they want to look at this? Wide throw, he stays with it. And here's,
I'll tell you, that's a heck of a play by a guy making his 4th major league start at first base.
I'm surprised.
Because I'm sure the tendency is you want to get off the bag and make sure the ball doesn't go sailing into the dugout.
He might have had contact with the cleat. I'm surprised the Cubs didn't look at that.
2 outs, Austin Jackson at the plate. Alvarez, by the way, drew a leadoff walk in the game yesterday in the 8th inning off of Justin Grimm that led to the winning run. We're talking about big at bats. And right to the second baseman, Harrison. Wow. Wow, wow. No win for Jake Arrieta. Pirates will look to give Mark DeShark a win. Andrew McCutchen will be due up after Starling Marte. At noon with Pirates pregame presented by WB Mason here on Root Sports. We got some people, some tweets, some folks emailing thinking that Pedro Florimon, even with that block by Montero, might have been safe. It was fairly close, but he was a great look from the Allegheny Health Network Supermo. And apparently Clint Hurdle did challenge this as well.
Trying to get that.
There's the tag, and he is short. The Pirates are out of challenges now, but they could still ask Jim Joyce, the crew chief, for a review. Here is Pedro Strop.
We need Marte to just hit the ball over the wall.
Yeah, really. Everybody just go home. Jake Arrieta's streak of 8 straight wins, 8 straight starts is over. He pitched a masterful game. And now, Pirates go to work against Strop.
We saw Strop for an inning yesterday in game 1, scoreless with a strikeout. He worked this same part of the Pirates batting order, 2, 3, and 4.
Strop did not face Marte yesterday. He didn't start in game 1. He did retire Neil Walker, Andrew McCutchen, and Jung Ho Gong in that 7th inning, game 1.
Arrieta, 8 innings, a couple of runs, 1 earned, 6 hits, a walk, and 5 strikeouts. Critical walk, just 1, but big for the Bucks.
The bottom of the 9th with a base hit to center.
Boy, nice work. I believe it was an 0-2 count. Kind of shortened up, right back through the middle. Beautiful work on a good-looking pitcher's pitch. Didn't try to do too much with it. And now big-time attention paid to him at first base.
In the 7th inning, the Cardinals are still leading the Brewers 5-4. Andrew McCutchen struck out 3 times against Jake Arrieta. Pedro Strop struck him out in the 7th inning yesterday.
Marte already has a steal tonight.
McCutchen looking to end it right there. In his career, he's 1 for 7. That one hit a home run against Pedro Strop. 5 career walk-off home runs for Andrew McCutchen.
I don't know if we could handle that emotionally right now, but we could try.
Give it a shot, right? Only Ralph Kiner and Willie Stargell with more than McCutchen's 5 career walk-off home runs. Kiner and Stargell each with 6. 1 ball, 1 strike.
96 miles an hour on the gun. Well, this is like getting down the mud and fighting it out.
And he broke his pad on that one. A fly ball to left for the first out. Strop gets McCutchen.
You want to see Andrew up there, but you don't mind seeing a veteran hitter like Aramis Ramirez here either.
You'd like to have Starling Marte at second for him. Opponents just 3 of 4 against Strop, attempting to steal this season. Montero didn't do a great job framing that one. In fact, he cost Strop a strike.
nothing happening on that pickoff throw, but Strop sending a message that he's fairly quick over to first base. That might be a factor in whether you decide to take a shot at second base. Decent lead, not big.
No intention whatsoever by Ramirez. He was going to take all the way, and Strop has had bouts of wildness. He's walked 28 in 61 innings.
They're wearing their hats better than Strop wears his, but that's just the rally factor.
Pedro Strop facing Ramos Ramirez in the bottom of the ninth. One out. Marte on, and a shot. Oh, what a play by Castro. They turn that one into a double play. Starlin Castro forces extra innings.
What a play. What a play.
Instead of first and third and one out, an inning ending 4-6-3 double play. Spectacular.
Bottom of the ninth ended. A shot hit by Aramis Ramirez. Starlin Castro makes a brilliant stop. After that, they've got time. Castro is capable of making those kind of plays. We've seen him do it. We've also seen him be careless on routine plays, but we have seen this ability. That was as good as it gets in a tight ball game defensively.
Wow. What a play. Castro to Baez, and once that happens, it take all day to throw to first.
Well, he's had an interesting career, Starlin Castro, because we've seen him kick two hoppers right at him, but we've seen him do a lot of this also. He has frustrated many a manager.
Yeah. Now Tony Watson. Numbers for Watson.
He's been brilliant here at home with an ERA under 1. Look at the setup inside.
Line foul past first.
Rizzo never gives anything that's inside, and you've got to get in there on him, but it's tough.
Rizzo flied to right field yesterday off of Watson in game 1. He got the victory, pitching a 1-2-3-8. Rizzo flied to Gregory Polanco yesterday in the 8th inning versus Watson. You don't see it very often. where Watson follows Melanson. A rare occasion, Melanson pitched a 1-2-3 ninth. Pirates couldn't get that run across in the bottom of the ninth. 2-1. Rizzo, Chris Bryant, Miguel Montero.
Well, these managers want this one. It's understatement, of course. Take charge of the series.
Two and two.
You don't see Rizzo taking many bad swings, but he got overmatched on that delivery by Tony. Down underneath the hitting area. I think when he gets 2 strikes, he just inches up more toward home plate to protect it. And if you hit him, he's on base.
Bryant to follow. For the Pirates, this is their 20th extra inning game this year. Only the Seattle Mariners with 21 have played more. Pirates are 11-8 the first 19. The Cubs are 11-5 in extra innings. Robin Teague sticking around for the post-game show. So much to discuss. Don't forget, tomorrow afternoon, this series, this homestand concludes at 12:35. Still 3-2 on Rizzo. 95 miles per hour. You'll want to be here for the game tomorrow afternoon. Go to Pirates.com. Lunch with the Bucks. Brewers and Cardinals in Milwaukee. Another foul. 5-4 Cardinals lead. Bottom of the 7th inning in Milwaukee. Cardinals up by 1.
All 3 teams involved in this National League Central. Nail biters tonight.
9th pitch of this at bat.
See if they want to go back outside with a breaking ball. Nope, stay in there.
Man. Yep. He is fearless in there.
He's fearless, and Tony's fearless.
Yeah.
Going back in there, pitch after pitch.
Look at this. 10th pitch coming. Walked him. Heck of a job by Rizzo.
Yep.
And now Bryant, who sent Andrew McCutchen back to the wall yesterday in game 1, facing Tony Watson in the 8th inning. Bryant has had quite a night. 3 for 4. RBI double in the 6th. Oh. 2 balls, no strikes.
Playing with fire now. Do you come back with a fastball that Brian is expecting? Try to get back in the at bat with a breaking pitch, something off speed.
Uh-oh. Trying to come back from down the count 3-0 now. Bouncing ball towards short can be tough to turn too. They'll get one.
Yep.
And Rizzo going in there to break up any thought that Harrison might have had. One out.
That is huge, coming back from 3-0 and primarily being forced to throw heat. Rizzo is going to make sure there's no throw to first base. That's the way you play it.
Matt Caesar will bat for Miguel Montero. Caesar's numbers on the year: 4 hits and 20 at bats as a pinch hitter.
Huge job by Tony Watson to come back from that 3-0 count. Pirate pitchers have recorded some phenomenal outs when everything's on the line.
And popped him up. Harrison going over. Look out! Polanco calls forward and makes the catch.
Pirates are working the high wire.
2 down.
Up in the air for a long time. Josh coming over. Long run, but look who comes into the picture.
It's a good thing he did.
Yep, Josh was not going to get it. And lucky they didn't collide, too. That could have been because of the speed that Polanco was coming in on.
2 outs. Now the batter, Starlin Castro.
It's just not easy. It's just not easy.
Holding up all right?
Yeah, fine.
Runner goes. And uncontested.
What do we got, 17 after tonight?
Goodness.
We'll make it.
Stolen base number 4 for the Cubs. Chris Bryant, his 13th steal. Cubs 4 for 4 tonight.
Historically, this young man at the plate has been a thorn in the side of the Pirates. Starlin Castro. He's already perhaps taken the ball game away to this point with that play at second base.
And maybe not going to throw him a strike. We've talked about this yesterday. He's a tough man to walk. And this one was not called a strike, but should have been. Castro all year long has walked only 14 times unintentionally. Javier Baez on deck. Drives it to center field. McCutchen back with room on a 3-0 pitch. Starlin Castro flies to deep center. Go to the bottom of the 10th. A scoreless top half for Tony Watson.
Jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky, feed your wild side.
That was a perfect read.
Yep.
That can only lead to a walk-off right here. Pirates, a beautiful night here in Pittsburgh. Scratching and clawing and keeping it together. A.J. Burnett allowing 2 runs in his 5 1/3. The bullpen taking over from there. David Ross behind the plate now. And that Caesar pinch hit for Miguel Montero. And Fernando Rodney, the Major League's top closer last year, picked up from the Mariners. He's now on to try and keep it tied. 38-year-old Fernando Rodney. That hat off to the side, dyes his beard.
Just like Strope. Strope was a little angled that way, wasn't he? Must be the thing to do.
Good look there. This is the rally cap. This is not the way you're supposed to wear the cap normally, but for now, it's the rally cap. Fernando Rodney, with his 8th appearance with the Cubs, a 1.59 ERA, 1 run and 5 2/3 on 4 hits. Rodney acquired August 27th. Gong 1 for 3 against Jake Arrieta, no decision. Arrieta will have to wait for that 20th W. Line is going to carry out to left. Denorfia barely had to move. Now Travis Snyder is going to pinch hit for Pedro Florimon. Snyder, 7 games since being picked up from the Baltimore Orioles. Spent some time at AAA Indy. Fernando Rodney has given up 9 home runs this season, including 1 with the Cubs. Years old. Most saves in the majors last year. 48 of them.
Kind of an abrupt delivery from Rodney.
Michael Morse to pinch hit on deck for Watson.
The old timer still gets it to home plate, 95 miles an hour.
Just had all kinds of trouble this year for the Seattle Mariners. It was just one of many problems for the M's this year. Two on the pinch hitter, Travis Snyder. Hangs in there. Rodney will deliver a 7th pitch to Travis Snyder. gets him. The second out. Michael Morse to pinch hit.
These kind of situations this time of year after the September call-ups, you're going to see a lot of personnel. Big Mike.
Big Mike started at first base in the second game of the doubleheader. Last night was 0 for 2 with a walk. Those numbers combined with the Marlins and Pirates. Clint Hurdle and Joe Madden not quite emptying their full bench. Off of Rodney, deflects right to the shortstop, Baez. Yeah, a high throw, but he gets him, and we will head to the 11th inning. 2-2.
Feed your wild side.
Here at PNC Park, a wild game. 3 of the 4-game series. Aramis Ramirez moving from first base to third base. Chung Ho Kang moves from third to short. Michael Morse, who just pinch hit, is now at first base. The new pitcher, Joaquin Soria. Soria, disappointed outing yesterday in the first game of the doubleheader. Came on to protect the lead for Garrett Cole. It was 4-1, but he inherited a couple of runners, and after getting one out, uncorked a couple of wild pitches. That would allow the third and fourth and tying run to score. Javier Baez takes a strike.
I kind of figured this was going to be a tough series. It is.
In a tough season series, these two clubs going back and forth. Joaquin Soria looks for a bounce back outing right away. Cubs have won 8 of the 14 meetings of the season. There's a 3-pitch strikeout of Javier Baez.
Big sweeper. This breaking ball covered a lot of ground.
Soria now faces the left-handed hitting pinch hitter Tommy LaStella. It was LaStella who had a pinch hit RBI double off of Garrett Cole in the 7th inning yesterday. That was the last batter Cole would face. Batting only .184. 7 hits and 38 at bats. 2 for 6 off the bench. 2-0 count.
Clean line for Rodney. 3 up, 3 down with a strikeout. In case you're keeping a spring training type scorecard like we are.
3-1. Soria, the 7th pitcher to work for the Pirates tonight. On deck, Dexter Fowler. Slap to left again by LaStella. That's what he did yesterday. Marte does a nice job to get to it. Fires towards second. That is ridiculous. He just made the most unbelievable play you will see from the left field corner. Starling Marte. That was Clemente-like.
What a play. What a play.
Incredible.
Had to go over into the corner, take it on the backhand side, braces himself, and then a rocket. Yeah, Clemente would have been proud of that one.
Oh, man.
And the ball is there waiting for him. No contest. The first part of the play was great enough, going that far and getting the ball on the backhand side, stopping, pushing off, and throwing. Simple as that.
A seed. One hop strike. Starling Marte.
Just think, if he doesn't get the ball on the backhand side, LaStella's still running.
Another look from the Allegheny Health Network Supermo. From the left field corner.
2 parts to that play. The way he got to it, braced himself, and then the rocket.
Everybody at the ballpark thought that was a strike, a swing, but not according to Pat Hoberg. Hit well to right. Polanco is over. And he is there. What fun they're having here tonight, watching the Pirates and the Cubs battle it out. And what a throw from Starling Marte. Starling Marte, a greeting as he heads toward his dugout from his teammates. 2-2 going to the bottom of the 11th inning.
That's the throw of the season right there. That's the throw of the season.
Think about the importance of it. Austin Jackson moves from right field to center field. Chris Bryant goes out to right. Tommy La Stella stays in the game. He's now at third. And Hector Rondon is the new pitcher.
His numbers. The innings, the strikeouts, 4 home runs given up. 28 saves.
Strike one on Josh Harrison. Harrison hit that ball as a pinch hitter to the shortstop Baez in the 8th. With Florimon at third. And the middle infield back. Javier Baez through to the plate. Miguel Montero blocking the plate. Tagging out Florimon. Clint Hurdle asked for a review, challenged it. The call was upheld.
.98 miles an hour on that last delivery.
Starling Marte hoping for a shot here in the bottom of the 11th. After making that defensive play on Tommy La Stella, who singled and tried to go to second. The ball in the corner. And chopped towards second, and a pick there by Rondon. Rondon reaches out and takes care of it. Harrison is the first out here in the bottom of the 11th. Rondon is the 4th pitcher to go tonight. And the first at bat for Chris Stewart. He came on to catch. Sean Rodriguez was a pinch runner. And he scored the tying run on a wild double play in the 8th.
Don't find too many double plays with 2 rundowns.
Yeah. And the run scoring on that bouncer to the second baseman Starlin Castro with Pedro Alvarez running. It was a 4-3, 4-2-5 put out of Josh Harrison.
What you do is introduce chaos.
Yep.
You can come out of it with a run.
2 balls and a strike on Chris Stewart, one of 23 Pirates players used tonight. The Cubs, including Rondon, have used 17. A ways to go before they match what the Dodgers and Rockies did last night, setting a major league record using 58 combined players, 24 combined pitchers. Dribbler. Ross throws out Stewart.
.58 players.
Major league record. 16 innings. The Rockies beat the Dodgers 5-4, and they used a combined 58 players to set a new major league record.
Just needed to get a little more distance on this. A little further away from David Ross, but it didn't happen, and they get the out. Who do we want to have hit the home run? Polanco?
All right. What do you think? Be a nice finish the way it started with Gregory Polanco out in right field in prayer by the cutout, 21 cutout in right.
The honoring of Roberto Clemente. He was right in the middle of the 2 and the 1. It was a very compelling image.
He goes the other way to shallow left. And we are moving now to the 12th. Tied up at 2.
Yep. Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Watch the game line on the couch if you like. Go for the wings. Or just hang out and cheer as what goes on. Scratching this one out, the 2-0 ball game going to the bottom of the 6th. They got a run in the 6th and one in the 8th to tie it, and Vance Worley returns.
Make his 21st appearance. 8 of those were starts. He was 4 and 5 in those 8 starts. Very good work out of the bullpen. ERA just over 2 in 12 appearances. So he'll work the top of the 12th. Pitcher number 8 for the Bucks. Burnett, Hughes, Bastardo, Blanton, Melanson, Watson, Soria, Worley.
Vance Worley was designated for assignment back on July the 31st when the Pirates picked up Jay Happ. And a liner to right field to lead things off for Chris Denorfia. Starts the 12th with a base hit. And we'll bring up Austin Jackson. And a pinch runner for Denorfia.
Cast of thousands.
Quentin Berry. Berry with excellent speed. Denorfia is not slow, but Berry's a burner, so what will Joe Madden decide to do here?
I am guessing he'll run him.
Back!
Pirates are guessing that they will run him.
I got it.
Austin Jackson had 3 bunts for the Mariners this season. Austin Jackson pinch hitting in the 7th inning The ball to the warning track, bounced out in the 9th. Pitch out.
Another angle. Stretching out a little bit.
Runner took off, but ball. It's a piece of Chris Stewart. Very off and running. Oh, bunted foul.
That's the so-so break. Some of these guys have so much speed they don't need to take a real early start.
Vance Worley returning to the big leagues for the first time since July the 24th. Made 2 starts this year against these Cubs. Not going this time. Blocked, but the runner takes off, and he will go and get to second. A wild pitch.
Good running instincts just to get that quick start. Once he gets to that point, it's over. It's that feel of when to go, not to think about when to go. It's that feel.
Going the other way and lining it to right field. Short hop. Polanco thought about throwing to third and decided against it. He had Berry frozen for a moment. Looked like he was going to go ahead and throw to third and then decided not to.
That's right. Berry was frozen because the ball was close to being caught right there. There's the stop. I think it's maybe just Berry kind of hung himself out there by getting that far off and then coming back. He didn't make the full commitment, but I think Polanco
had a shot. Maybe
he had a shot. Maybe. Yep.
Well, now Pirates are really in the soup. First and third, nobody out, and Anthony Rizzo at the plate. Infield forced to play in.
Water ball.
Ball 1.
I guess one of the risks is if Polanco throws to third and doesn't get him, then the runner, if the ball's not caught off, then you got second and third. But
then so what?
Yeah,
you can't afford that run to score from.
Second and run.
Yeah.
Second run doesn't matter.
That first run's the one you want to stop. A pop up. Shallow left. Marte coming on, and he made the catch. It's going to be a sacrifice fly. And the Cubs take the lead. Did he leave early? The Pirates think maybe he did. They're going to ask for an appeal here. Hoping that Berry maybe left just a little bit early. They're going to throw to third. Doesn't look like it. Not from that angle.
Yeah, knowing that Marte's going to be on the ground, he really didn't have to.
Well, the fans are yelling to throw the ball to third.
Well, he's going to take the stretch and then step off.
Safe. 3-2. RBI sacrifice fly for Rizzo gives the Cubs the lead. Scoring the pinch runner Quentin Berry. And now Chris Bryant. Very aggressive lead at first, but Jackson goes back. He's fouled out of play.
Yeah, really nothing to hang around for at first base now. They're kind of in the bonus round. They've got the run. They've got the lead.
Okay, big. Okay, big.
Three-hit night for Bryant. Pitch out. Runner not going.
I hope not. I'm the only one who's got a bedtime on our team.
One ball, two strikes, the count on Chris Bryant. We're in the bottom of the ninth inning in Milwaukee, and the Cardinals are leading it 5-4. Trevor Rosenthal trying to close it out. Cardinals look to extend their lead in the Central to 4 games over Pittsburgh, while the Cubs try to creep to within 3 games of the Pirates. Runner goes. Strike is called. Strong throw, but high. Strikeout means 2 down, but another runner now in scoring position. The steal for Austin Jackson. It's the 5th stolen base for the Cubs tonight. Josh Harrison tries to deke Jackson. Briefly,
no sale. No sale.
Austin Jackson had 15 steals with the Mariners earlier this year. That's his first for the Cubs. David Ross had 2 hits last night, helping the Cubs beat the Pirates 2-1. You see the bullpen, nobody up in the Cubs bullpen. Joe Madden put Rondon in that switch, that leadoff spot, so this is his intention to have Rondon pitch a couple innings. And the Cubs try and get him another run.
And Worley just coming off a very impressive win in the Indianapolis playoffs. Pitched a strong game there.
Helped the Indianapolis Indians reach the Governor's Cup. They're now involved in a series with the Columbus Clippers. And a pop up on the right side. Harrison will make the catch. Now the Pirates find themselves down a run. Their last shot. Starling Marte will lead it off. The sixth, they got a run in the bottom half of that inning, thanks to an errant throw by the starter Jake Arrieta. And they picked up the tying run in the bottom of the 8th inning on a double play ball. And they're going to try and at least get a run here.
Well, one little note, Rondon last Saturday night gave up a 2-run walk-off home run.
Quentin Berry stays in the game. He's in left.
Was in Philadelphia.
One of Rondon's blown saves. It's not a save situation. He'll get the W if he gets 3 outs, but one of the blown saves as he was closing earlier this year against the Pirates. Gave up a run to the Bucks in middle of May. And the Cardinals have won it 5-4. Jaime Garcia beat Willie Peralta, Trevor Rosenthal's 45th save. The standings currently, the Cardinals win their 91st game of the year.
I think that was the score in the 5th inning. It just stayed that way. Rondon out in front 0-2 here.
Oh,
tough take.
At 98 miles an hour.
Good take. Still tough to take. 0-2.
Reaches out and pops it into the outfield grass. The second baseman Castro. 1 out. After Rondon trying to give Joe Madden a 6-out outing. Pitched 2 scoreless in a game against the Reds on July the 21st. Picked up the win in that game.
4 up and 4 down so far. More heat, 98 miles an hour.
The 1-2 on McCutchen.
Just tough to catch up to that kind of speed. John Lester, complete game win. 2 of the day-night affair yesterday.
Wow. Andrew McCutchen strikes out for a 4th time tonight.
Finally went away from the speed. Breaking ball didn't have to be perfect, but Andrew saw a lot of heat previous to this pitch. And it's right there, but it's not the fastball he was looking for.
Ramos Ramirez, the last shot for the Bucks.
Not looking good.
3rd time in Andrew McCutchen's career he struck out 4 times in a ball game. Extremely rare. In fact, last time he did it was 2012. 12 in St. Louis, a game the Pirates won in 19 innings. Last time McCutchen struck out 4 times in a game. Jung Ho Kang would be next if Ramirez can reach. Looking for his first hit. 1 ball, 1 strike. And now down to their last strike.
When this guy throws his breaking ball over, it doesn't have to be perfect because you've got to be sitting on the fastball and adjust down.
Anthony Rizzo, sacrifice fly to give this Cubs team the lead. Scoring Quentin Berry. Two and two. Chris Bryant, big night for him. RBI double in the 6th, had 3 hits. And he's in there. Still 2 and 2 on Ramirez, the former Cub himself. And the Pirates lost for just the 6th time last night in a 1-run game at PNC Park. 21-6. Cubs trying to hand the Pirates their 2nd straight 1-run loss at home. Into right field, and Ramirez gives the Pirates life. A 2-out single to right for Aramis Ramirez, and here comes Jung Ho Kang.
Just kind of a slice shot out into right field, but still breathing.
Thinking about a pinch runner right now, because it will take more than even a double, you would think, to score Ramirez from first. You'd probably have to look at a pitcher to pinch run right now, as Chris Bosio goes to the mound. Travis Ishikawa is going to come to the on-deck circle if Kang were to reach. Elias Diaz is the 3rd-string catcher. Garrett Cole, we've seen him pinch run in the past.
Even if you got a pitcher that has decent speed running, traditionally they're not good base runners. You know, the subtleties of cutting corners and actually holding up for a trip all the way around the base paths.
Kang takes ball 1. Single to right field, his first time up against Jake Arrieta. Arrieta went 8 innings, gave up 2 runs, 1 earned. Last time up, Kang lined out to left against Fernando Rodney in the 10th.
Going away from the fastball.
He gets a call. Two and 1. Disappointed Andrew McCutchen, but hoping his teammate Jung Ho Kang can keep this inning going. There's the first strike of the at-bat, but it's 2 and 2, 2 outs. just barely hangs in there.
It's been that kind of game.
An anxious Cubs fan.
A lot of pitches thrown by Rondon, 31.
Still 2-2. Most pitches he's thrown this season, in case you're wondering, is 36. That was a 1-inning outing against San Francisco, August the 9th. A save for Rondon.
36 in 1 inning.
Yeah. Broken bat. That'll do it. Now the Cubs win the ball game and take 2 of the first 3. As the Pirates are able to tie it in the bottom of the 8th inning, there will be a lot of talk about that call that went against the Pirates. And Miguel Montero appeared to be blocking home plate, not allowing Pedro Florimon an avenue. The call was upheld. Pirates did end up getting another run on a double play. And then the Cubs get the winning run in the top of this 12th inning.
Yep, the Pirates fought the good fight against Arrieta, but Cubbies just outlasted the Bucks, and they'll try for the split tomorrow afternoon with Charlie Morton.
And we'll go out to Robin Teak.
Greg and Steve, thanks very much. See, kind of what you expect in September baseball. Low scoring, tight games. Every play means something. And unfortunately for the Buccos, they come out on the short end after losing 2-1 yesterday.
Yeah, it's been the same story 2 days in a row with the Pirates. 2 great pitchers for the Cubs, Lester and Arrieta, both pitching well, but the Pirates, hanging with them, playing inning for inning with them, but just not able to kind of break through. Yesterday against Lester, today it was Arrieta. They finally got him out of the game after 8 innings, but he had done a pretty good job up until that point.
Just like we promised earlier in the game, it's Miller time, presented by Miller Lite, and it is Jake Arrieta. Teak going 8 really good innings.
Yeah, I mean, he's as advertised. He was looking for win number 20 tonight. That did not happen for him. The Pirates were able to stave that off, but Arrieta, you see why he has those 19 wins. He was absolutely electric, putting the ball exactly where he wanted to. Good stuff, and a really nasty slider that he's been throwing recently. 8
innings, 6 hits, 2 runs, only 1 of them earned a walk. 5 strikeouts for Arrieta, who helps the Cubs win Game 3 of this 4-game set. So the Cubs winning 3-2 in 12 innings, taking a 2-1 series lead. The Pirates look for the split tomorrow. Team's going to look forward to that game, but lots more on tonight's game. Highlights, post-game reaction, Ask Teak, analysis, Teak, and more. All coming up next on Pirates Post Game.